the city of Barcelona. I wasn't meant to be addressing you today, but for some issues from the deputy mayor, I wasn't able to. But I wanted to be here to thank you for choosing Barcelona for this Global Democracy Forum and for bringing the forum to Barcelona, especially as we are taking part of the European Capital of Democracy from September 2023 to October 2024. I wanted to talk to you how democracy is important and how the role of the cities play a big part in this. We are in a context of global uncertainty. We are in a context where youth are starting to question the system, are starting to question the democratic system to a certain extent, especially in Western Europe. And we as cities, we are the closest administration to the citizen. And I think this is important that we step up, that we play a role in initiatives such as this. It's also important for us that we share experiences, that we share the challenges that we face as cities, that we share as well how the cities experience these shifts in public opinion, and that we need to address. We've just seen in Portugal a rise in the far-right candidacies, in the far-right parties, and I think we need to open a strong debate. We need to open an open debate in our cities, and we need to play part in this. Barcelona has been chosen as the first capital of democracy, and I think it's important to note that we are promoting initiatives of participation, because we believe that citizens that are involved, citizens that are allowed to take part in the development of the city can feel that democracy has a motto, can feel that democracy has, a reason and a meaning for them. It is important that we explore new models, of participation. And in Barcelona, we have stepped up with more than 50 activities, and I think more than 20,000 people are expected to participate in those activities, such as deliberative assemblies for young people, or other initiatives such as the platform esteemed that has been used in more than 30 countries, and I think is what we as Barcelona offer to the world. And I think it's nice that we come here, that we gather together here in Barcelona, and we share experiences to tackle the challenges and issues that we face. I want to thank you again for choosing Barcelona, because the commitment of Barcelona with democracy, with participation, with engagement of its citizens, it's really important. And I think we need to step up. We need to do something about it. We need not to let those reactionary ideas win. And with nothing else, I would like to introduce you to Javier, who will introduce you the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Javier, and welcome to the European Forum of the Global Democracy Coalition. My name is Javier Pérez. I'm the director of Political Watch. For those who don't know us, we are a think and do tank based in Spain. We develop civic technologies and build strong and diverse alliances to try to nurture the democracy of the future. Fighting for a fairer, more sustainable and more peaceful society, a society where everyone has the power to have a meaningful say in the issues and to protect their rights on the issues that affect them. On behalf of Political Watch, I would like to start with some words of thanks. Thanks first to the Barcelona City Council for hosting us, and to the European Capital of Democracy for allowing us to organize this forum with the exciting calendar of activities that you will be organizing throughout the year. Thanks to all the participants, some of you coming just from a few miles away, but some others coming from every corner of Europe. It's really thrilling to see this room full of diverse and interesting people. Special thanks to the spectacular lineup of speakers that will be participating with us today. And last but not least, thanks to the Global Democracy Coalition for trusting Political Watch to carry out this forum. As you probably know, this forum is taking place in the context of the Global Democracy Forum 2024, which is anticipated to be a week-long celebration of democracy. Together with this forum that is taking place today, there are other 3 regional forums taking place this week in Dominican Republic, Ghana, Seoul, and Barcelona. And this, I think, is going to be a landmark event in the pursuit of protecting and promoting democracy. Behind this organization is the Global Democracy Coalition, which you probably know, but it is a coalition of more than 120 organizations that are present worldwide. The conclusions of these regional forums will be taken to a global forum that will take place in Seoul at the end of this week, and that the conclusions of that global forum will also be presented at the Summit for Democracy that will be held Monday and Tuesday next week, also in Seoul. At Political Watch, we believe in the richness of diversity of opinions, and also the diversity of likes, experiences, backgrounds, and contexts. In addition to debating the what's and the hows of democracy, we think it's important to ask ourselves who are participating in the debates about democracy. We still have a long way to go in our quest to strengthen and protect democracies, and it's a challenge, we think, it's a challenge for all of us to ensure that all voices are adequately represented in these conversations. From Political Watch, as well as from the Global Democracy Coalition and the Capitalia team, we have made every effort to make this forum a welcoming, respectful, stimulating, and inclusive place. We hope and trust that we will live up to your expectations, and that the forum will be a useful and diverse space for reflection and meeting, and that will provoke stimulating discussions. Today we will have the opportunity to reflect on the state of democracy in Europe, identifying both advances and setbacks across the region, as well as to discuss about our common challenges and opportunities. The Russian aggression against Ukraine, the rise of populism, the advance of climate crisis, and the slow deployment of the most promising democratic innovations are phenomena that, without making us fall into pessimism, should put us on alert, giving us and giving our reflections and actions the necessary sense of urgency. All this with the aim of allowing some kind of conclusions and proposals about what can be done from the different actors, institutions, civil society, activists, and individual citizens, both individually and jointly, to protect and strengthen our democracy, but to do it in the necessary time frame and with the necessary ambition. The whole day today will revolve around 2 cross-cutting issues. One, the link between technology, youth, and democracy. In a context of technological monopolies, disinformation, and citizen disaffection, but also of vibrant citizen innovation and civic activism. And secondly, the narratives around democracy in Europe. How can we inspire a renewed commitment to democratic principles? How to offer a vision of hope and positive construction around democracy without losing sight of the urgency of today's problems. Finally, we will address the role that alliances, networks, and communities have in protecting and strengthening democracy. What are the direction, priorities, and governance that these networks need? What are the tools and strategies that can be used so we can reach a greater impact? Let me finish with a couple of logistical notes. The recording of this session will be available in the next few days on the forum website. From 1:15 to 2:30, we'll have a Barcelona time. We'll have a lunch break to which all physical attendees are invited. Sorry for those that are following us in streaming. And at that time, at 2:30, we will resume the forum with the second panel focused on narratives. The last session at 4:30 is the only one that won't be broadcasted because the format that we have selected is not compatible with streaming. But however, the conclusions will be included in in the forum report that will be shared with you in the following days. I don't want to take up more time, as we have an exciting agenda ahead of us. All the organization team, Virginia, Pali, Celia, Tai, and myself, who have been working hard these past weeks to have everything ready and running, remain at your disposal to make this a nice and useful space. So anything you need, here we are. And without further ado, I want to give way to the opening session, which will be moderated by my dear friend, Maysoon Douas. Maysoon, or May, is an expert in innovation, PhD in physics, former councillor in the Madrid City Council, and her latest project is called New Social Contract for the 21st Century, so very focused with the conversation today. So May and dear speakers of the first forum, the floor is yours. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Javier, and thank you, all of you, for joining us physically or online. And it's my pleasure to be here moderating this, this opening session in a very special topic for me, and I'm sure we will make it special for you too. So, as Javier mentioned, I am Maysoon Douas, and as he said, like, Political Watch is very committed to make the space very diverse. One thing that I usually omit, I don't show so many times, that I've been and I am the only, and I was the only hijabi Muslim in the Madrid City Council, and I do think that democracy is built and crafted for each one of us from diverse perspective and also our personal views. So help me to welcome to the stage our outstanding speakers. So we have Jose Piermont. He's currently, please join us. I think, yeah. Is currently the Minister Consular of the Embassy of Belgium in Spain. He has been a career diplomat since February 2007. He was previously posted at Bucharest, Tunis, and Vienna. He served as the deputy spokesperson to the Belgian Ministry of Foreign Affairs from 2015 to 2017. So thank you so much for joining us today. And the next is Jordi Bakker. Is Secretary General of Metropolis, an international association of metropolises, which brings together around 150 global cities and metropolitan areas from all continents and have more than 1 million inhabitants. A lot of experience there. And he teaches at Barcelona Institute of International Studies, and he's a frequent media commentator on international affairs. And last but not least, Carolina Romero is a technologist with 2 decades of experience in information technology projects, specializing in digital transformation, open government, and networked interaction between administration and citizens. What a challenge. And she has been actively involved in various professional networks, including Xarxa IP, Catalunya Dades, the Transparent Governments Network, and the Free Software Association, Decidim, where she served as president between 2021 and 2023. So thank you, everyone, for coming and all your experience and sharing all your thoughts, and also develop all together what is due on us, which is bringing democracy to its central spot again. So we have some questions in here for you, and I want to make sure that we are covering all the topics, but also we have something to debate within the breaks. So please feel comfortable, but also concise. And also we will having some questions from the audience, and so we will try to make it so interesting. And For Jose, I will start by giving you some questions, to, a couple of them for each of you, and then we will open the debate and the floor for questions. So for Jose, there are currently populist movement and tendencies that question our society, our rule of law, our democratic values here in Europe, and the ones who Europe stands for. How can European institutions contribute to the renewal of citizen confidence and enthusiasm for democracy in the necessarily with the promptly actions, given that our European elections are around the corner?
Thank you, Maisun, for the question. Good morning, everyone. Bon dia. I'm really thrilled to be here today. I think my being here is more like to have the institutional perspective of what's happening in Europe. So as you probably know, Belgium holds the EU presidency, the EU rotating presidency of the European Council. So which means that during this 6 months, since January, Belgium tries to streamline. Do you hear me? It's okay. Yeah. Tries to streamline the different legislative and non-legislative initiatives within the European Union, for the member states. So my main message here is that Europe is, at least the EU institutions, really care about democracy. I mean, at least that's in their program. It's in the Belgian presidency priorities, so because we have like one of the priorities that we have is regarding democracy and regarding rule of law, and it's also one of the priorities of the trio presidencies. So currently we have 3 presidencies in a row. There is Spain, that was last semester, Belgium, and then Hungary. So even with this trio, which is interesting trio,
very interesting one.
we have this trio has democracy within defense of democracy within their joint program. So that means something. So Belgium has one of the 6 main priorities that we have is called defending rule of law, democracy, and unity. So it's our priority, and we try to help bring the European Union and its members towards making progress in that. But I think personally, the only way to make youth and to make people get enthusiastic for democracy and not lose the touch with democracy and not listen to the populist messages is results and actions and concrete results by the EU institutions, and as well communication on what the EU and its institutions do on democracy, on fundamental rights, and etc. And also, I don't want to take too much of the time, but also like showing by doing, and also or at least not giving the impression to have double standards in various topics that applies to politicians or civil servants, etc. So, thank you so much.
There are a lot of things there, but I do think that our presidency, the Spanish presidency, faced a lot of challenges. The Belgium has a lot of challenges, and also have someone given from Spain to you during this mandate. And I do think that it will be interesting to see what Hungary is preparing for us in the when they take the presidency. But how can the EU support youth-led initiatives and aim to promoting the democratic values and participation?
So at least for what regards the Belgian presidency, like the current one, we have citizen panels, so that are organized during our presidency, and also regarding youth. So this is also at heart of our priorities, but also, I think the next EU elections in June will have young people voting since the age of 16. So that's, if I'm not mistaken, that's the first time it happens. So this will be a very, at least the aim is to bring people closer to democracy. At least they will immediately see their role and the value they have in shaping the democratic institutions and shaping their future.
Mm. It seems a huge opportunity in there. Hope we can take the most of it and make it like a special moment for them and also for our democracy too. So, Jordi, coming to the cities and the role of the cities in shaping democracy. It's often said that cities are are more progressive. If so, what role can they play in curbing the rise of populism in Europe?
Hi, thanks for inviting me. Look, let me start. I don't represent here. I work for a network of 150 very large cities of the world, many of them non-democratic. I don't represent them here. I represent myself. But I do work with cities all the time. Let me start by killing two cliches about cities. First of all, to say that the local government is the closest level of government to the citizen is not very true when we're talking about cities of 10 million people, like London. So why is the mayor of London closer to citizens than the president of Estonia? So I think we leave this one aside. In big cities, that isn't the case. Mm-hmm. And second thing is, democracy was born in cities. It's true, it was. But it was born in cities in a context of great isolation from the rest, great inequality inside cities, so women, slaves, foreigners were not part of this, and that's not an aspiration. An aspiration is a democracy that's equally good for those who live in the cities, in the suburbia, in the smaller places, and in the rural areas, right? And I say this because the cities can play positive and negative roles in the current moment with national populism. A very clear role that is expected to be played by cities is they're going to be the bastion against national populist votes, right? And it is the case. In Paris is much more resilient to national populism than the rest of France, and so is London, and so is Warsaw or Budapest. But it's not universally true. The day before yesterday, Lisbon was only 1% lower the vote of Chega than in the rest of Portugal. Rome and Madrid are cities where the national populist vote is higher than the national average. So I think we need to not just think about, oh, the cities will contain it and that's going to be fine. The cities do have something which is interesting, which is they have a concentration of some of the population that tend to not vote very often or often enough. So second generation migrants tend to concentrate around very large cities. Young people live more there than in rural areas nowadays in Europe. And all of this makes them important because those are constituencies that are important to mobilize in fighting national populism, but in general in just being part of democracy, because those are not reliable constitutions. I think it's important that we don't fall into the American trap of demographics in democracy, right? Young voters are resilient against national populist votes in some parts of Europe, and actually the #1 voters of national populists in other parts of Europe. So we shouldn't be just thinking if more young people vote, then there's going to be less national populism. We shouldn't be instrumental about this. It's good that young people participate, and it's good that national populists go down, but one should not think of this as a trade-off, right? Then another role that cities are playing, and I think it's very important in the current moment, they're a straw man for the out-of-touch elites, the cosmopolitans. Now, in a context of agricultural protests, of post-industrial devastated areas, the Gilets jaunes in France, they are what there's interestingly a national populist minister of the previous Polish government called the vegetarian cyclists, right? Saying, oh, these vegetarian cyclists, they live in another planet, right? They have become the cartoon that's super useful to national populists. And I do believe that there is an obligation of some city leaders and city dwellers to really pay more attention to what's going on in the suburbias, in the smaller towns that are being devastated, that are losing demography, that are losing services, and in the rural areas. Not just the rural areas, because the rural areas is a very small part of the European population. The intermediary cities is not a very big part. It's not a very small part of the population, right? I think, and just to finish then, and then there have been laboratories for democracy, and very interesting things have happened in cities. Not necessarily big cities, by the way, in cities in general. So they have re-engaged people in new ways. You were talking about deliberative democracy experiments. There's been a new agenda which includes things like housing and tourism and other things that were not being addressed enough, which are relevant to the whole of Europe, not just to the cities. I think these laboratories of innovation is the most promising role that cities have played until now. There is a risk that some of these, because of what I was saying before, becomes in some ways conflated. So these are things good for the city, but maybe not good for the rest.
So there are, I can see like many blind spots in the criteria of city are progressive or not, and how we can deal with that, and how we can not just take the cities as the center of action, but also spread and incorporate other places and other people touched by other realities.
Yeah, I think it's 5 things. It's first of all, we shouldn't end up speaking as cities are more democratic than the rest, or big cities more democratic. I think that's wrong, and actually many times not true. Actually, in smaller places, democracy is felt more directly. So I think we should avoid this. Secondly, I think we should be very honest about what has worked and what hasn't in some of these municipalist experiments, in terms of engaging people and in terms of delivering results. Third, we need to find a democratic agenda that's equally appealing to those living in cities and those living in other environments, right? Then fourth, it's really important that we start creating this shared understanding of what's the perspectives of the countryside. For example, in energy production, right? Solar. Solar is seen as an excellent thing, or wind energy, right? It's seen an excellent thing. But for people living in rural areas, it devastates their, the places that they've always known. It's competing with agriculture. We need a dialogue that doesn't kind of say, oh, energy, renewables, that's good, and then the rest is bad. True, generally we need renewables, but then we need a real understanding of the perspectives. And then 5, I think there is also in Europe, and that's a very European thing, cities are a very different demographic than other parts, right? Than suburbia, than others. So, and we need to understand that sometimes we may be conflating things, right? That we may be thinking that some rural areas are more conservative because they're rural. Maybe it's because there are older people living there. And it's not, and by the way, it's not always true that older people are more conservative than young people. On things like migration in Eastern Europe, that's not the case. So we need to be very careful about how we're bundling things together, bundling prejudice together also, about cities and rural areas. And then when we unpack all of these things, then of course cities have a huge role to play in European democracy and in the fight against national populism, which I believe is the worst threat, not the only, but the worst threat that European democracy has at the moment.
A lot for thought, and I do think that there are a lot of things that for me resonate a lot of what you are saying, but I do think that a lot of you ignite some ideas of the previous work than how the labs work or know the innovation, the space to craft new realities, to develop new narratives also, and also to bring together different actors and ask them, how do you see that or that, no? So I do think in all of this conversation and how we can make it possible, technology has a main role on it. And Carol, you've been working in this for quite a time. And So it will be great to have your experience to this conversation and how this big tech has acquired our state sovereignty and how it affects our democracy.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to share this conversation. Thank you, Maisun. It's a big question, indeed. I think when we think about big tech, we need to also think about the everywhereness of big tech, right? Because we are living in an economy where the market is absolutely dominated by these companies because they are providing the critical infrastructures that underpin our essential social services, no? So big tech is basically intersecting not only with our economy, but also with our political systems, with our social behaviors. And of course, they also transform the way we interact with our governments and the way we get involved in the public debate, no? So, for sure, we've been seeing political participation being mediated more and more by these digital platforms. And since we are talking today about tech and disinformation, I was thinking that it was mentioning that this is not always, the online products that we use today, it was not always like that. I was listening the other way to Frances Hogan. I will explain more about her in a minute, but she was remembering that back in 2009 and 2010, when we get our first news feeds, they looked more like our email inboxes, no? In a way, we saw things because we consented to see that things. We chose the friends we wanted to follow, the pages we wanted to be subscribed to, or we received content because someone forwarded to us. But this is not the case today. Most of the content that we see in our Instagram feed or YouTube or TikTok, it's not decided by us, but by an algorithm that has already picked this content for you, and it has decided that this is where you need to focus your attention on. So I think this is a fundamental shift that we need to take into account with the threats that come with this. And so we are delegating this control to a bunch of algorithms that we don't know really how they operate, no? And most of the times we really find out because of the whistleblowers. This person, Frances Hogan, she is a former product manager from Facebook, and she disclosed internal documents a couple of years ago to the Wall Street Journal. And these documents revealed how in 2018 Facebook changed the way, the algorithms that determine the content that you see in their platforms. So they basically discovered like a human vulnerability, which is like, unfortunately, we are really attracted to extreme content. So they designed the change to be more engaged to stronger reactions. And the stronger reaction was rage, was anger. So, of course, this kind of engagement means more time spent in their platforms. That means also more time viewing their advertising. And that means, of course, higher revenue for this kind of companies. For sure, since this change, we've seen a spread of misinformation, social polarization, hate speech, and this kind of phenomena that plague the internet today. And this is just one example of the social media landscape that we have. And I am not even mentioning the mess with the generative AI that we have that adds into the equation, no? But as it was said earlier, we are in 2024. Almost a third of the world population is going to elections this year. So to me, this poses the harms and risk of a system that is not designed for the public good, but for private profits, and with a business model that is mainly based on the use of our personal data and information. And one of the negative externalities of these business models is precisely that, the manipulation of elections, the spread of misinformation, the hate speech, and so on. So I want to end on a positive note. I think we have a combination of strategies to tackle this issue, but I mean, I haven't touched the immense power, economic and political power that big tech has on our society, but having that said, I think in Europe there is being a lot of good work done on legislation. We really need regulation on that. So we had already the GDPR, the General Data, the General Data Protection Regulation, which is basically the most advanced privacy law that we have in the world. Now we have 3 more regulatory frameworks, the DMA, the DSA, and the AI Act, and they all aim to provide more safe online spaces, but we cannot do only with regulation. We also need to build our own digital infrastructures with a different model that have privacy and security guarantees at their very heart. No?
Yeah. So coming to this positive note and remarks, our concern is what generative AI will do with us and how we will interact with this new phenomena. But also there is hope in technology, and technology have been used widely into civic engagement and producing new spaces and new tools to make it possible for a lot of people living not just in the urban cities but also in the rural areas, and also gathering a lot of people who you may not address directly in the street, but you can address on the internet or having them on different platforms. So how we could use all this potential to reinforce our democracy?
Yeah, I think the role of civic technologies here play an important part, because basically we can define civic technologies as a toolbox specifically designed to interact with our communities and with our governments. And I would like to talk about this role from the experience that we have from the project that I've been participating in, the CDIM, that it was born 7 years ago in this city, in the Barcelona city, to answer the needs of the city in the first place. But it comes with a model that we think it can be replicated and scaled in some other organizations. So we usually try to explain the project with 3 different layers. The first one is the political layers. This is a very important one, is the political purpose that the technology needs to have, because we are surrounded with this techno-solutionist fever, with a lot of technical solutions in search of a problem. So let's start by asking what is the problem that we are trying to solve. In our case, we are trying to improve democracy, which is not a minor issue, but it is the aim of the CDIM. The second layer is the technical one. The CDIM is a free software project. This is really important because it has facilitated that the project spread it over the world. But not also the fact that we are using open licenses and the code can be replicated and downloaded and modified. Also, we need to create the conditions to collaborate through the technology. And the third one, and also very important, is the community around the project and the model and the governance model. We need to involve people, citizens, the civil society in the very making of the design of the technology. So after 7 years of project, I can say that the CDIM is around 30 countries. It's been used by almost 500 different types of organizations and a different scale. Not only local governments, but also regional governments. The European Commission itself is using it for the citizen panels that Jose was mentioning. So yeah, I think we have three main learnings. The first one is that these kind of projects need public funding. This is a mandatory condition, because if we leave everything of this development to the markets, we already saw that the markets, their aim is to make money and not to work for the public interest. The second one is to innovate inside the public institutions. It's a hard task to do, but it's really worth it, no? To trying to bring some innovation inside the public sector, and from there build these technologies. And I would say that the third learning is that I think we achieved to create a collaboration framework between different institutions, and this has really allowed the project to grow.
Yeah, it seems to, and congratulations for all this spread, and also to have all the community working all together to practice democracy and the national governance, not just being led by others, no? And I do think that this is the heart of what is democracy at the end. No? At the end of the day, what you need is to make people feel good, participating, engaging, deciding, and being involved in the day-to-day activities. No? So Jose was strengthening the fact that we need to make the rule of law very valuable and avoid the double standards and all the threats that diminish the power of democracy, so youngest could engage in a very horizontal way. They are part of it, and they see that the system reflects their needs and also is actionable to their future. Like they are paying some attention to something that's worth for their progress and their future life. And you were mentioning like the power of having the right definition of all places, on all the spaces, and not be confused on different things, and the threat of the populism and the populism on all of this, and how technology could be like the way to spread this populism all around the net, but also in the conversation we have with our peers and all these spaces. So a question that comes to my mind, you mentioned innovation. You speak about some labs. You speak about some spaces for new interactions. How innovation could play a role in developing and supporting democracy those days is an open question to you. Yeah, if you, yeah.
Can I react quickly? So, I think there's a risk of technopolitical solutionism. Yeah. Right, of thinking that we'll find the right formats and labs and software, and then we'll solve the democratic question. That's not going to happen. First of all, democracy, by definition, needs to be reinventing itself all the time. Yeah. Otherwise, it becomes ossified in a society. Like, you know, part of the problem we have is our democracies were built with institutions and with societies that are very different from those from now, including because of technology, and therefore it's badly adapted. So I think some of the things that we need to go back to, and that's a very European disease, is we have a democratic establishment that's scared of things which in themselves are not anti-democratic. And I'm going to talk about two of them, anger and mistrust, right? Mm-hmm. So mistrust is deeply democratic. You need to mistrust, to some extent, political institutions, because you need to control them. You need to have some criticism. Exactly, and you need to have a journalist sniffing and trying to see what's incorrect. And citizens always have to be a little bit wary of what the government is up to. That is, in essence, democracy. And where you're not allowed to do this, or when you are being called anti-democratic for example, mistrusting to some extent the police, the public institutions, that's dangerous terrain. And that's exactly what happens in not democratic environments. So mistrust is very important in democracies. But without some trust, democracies cannot work. It's an issue of balance. But when one hears some of the, I'm sorry, Brussels people talking about trust and mistrust, no, you need to trust, and it's a disaster that all this mistrust. Well, you need to earn the trust, and you need a degree of mistrust in the system, both. And then let's talk about trust and mistrust, and let's build new trust and all these things, right? Trustworthiness for me is much more important than mistrust. Are our institutions really worthy of the trust of citizens? Are they really working for their best interest, or are they captured by big tech or others, right? So if you're very worried about trust, make sure that your institutions are trustworthy first. And anger is the other one. First of all, the anger thing has been used to silence women typically. You sound angry, you know, minorities, black people, Roma people, oh, you're too angry, you're too, you know, you're not saying things in a nice way. So the anger thing has been sometimes been used in wrong ways. And it is an emotion that mobilizes people, that says enough of 80-year-old women being evicted. I'm angry about this. I'm angry about Gaza. I'm angry about I don't know what. Anger is a political emotion, and it is terrible that it's being used for profit. It is terrible. And it sometimes leads to horrible things, you know. Some of the famous cases, or infamous cases of Facebook use, you know, in Sri Lanka or in Myanmar, stirring racial hatred, right? That's not good. But hatred is one thing, anger is another, and anger, which is a human emotion, belongs to democracy. So we need to build and channel anger inside democracy, not think about it as a bad thing. And I'm saying this because the European democracy at the moment is very scared of some of these feelings, and is actually actively saying, oh, being too loud or being too critical or mistrusting or being angry is actually anti-democratic, anti-European even. Yes. What? How did this happen?
But Jordi, at the same time, we need like the spaces to feel safe being angry and being critical with our systems.
But if we ask young people to engage in politics but not be angry and not be mistrustful, that becomes a very boring proposition for a young person, right? Yeah. So what I'm saying is we need to have a democracy that's lively and loud and confrontational and all these things, which it was in the 20s in Europe, right? It's not new. And then be comfortable with this and channel it in the current circumstances with, you know, the degree of urbanization we have, the use of technology we have, and everything else.
So yeah, maybe I will be out of what you said, but correct me if I'm wrong. You are saying that we should be less or careless about angry and all those emotions, and speak to people and let the conversation be like as natural as could be, not like framing people like if you want to be engaged in politics you should behave in such a way or have this attitude or expect this kind of experience in the process.
Especially my student, yes, especially my student, because those conventions tend to favor some people in the system and tend to leave other people out of the system. The people who don't speak the language in the way that's, you know, supposed to be. Yeah. And it's, I mean, it's not me inventing it. It's known, for example, that when women are more assertive, immediately they are labeled aggressive, for example. That's classic, and there's a lot of evidence about this, right? So when you kind of fall into this civility, we're European and we don't do mistrust and anger, then very quickly you're starting to tell some people in the room that actually the way they interact, the way they speak, the way they do, their feelings are not right. They don't belong here. That's, I think, not a good standing.
I think that will be a panel on belonging, and I do think that this is some kind of the feelings that are appealing to you, and you approach some spaces because you feel good, and some spaces you don't feel good. So you do something else, like being in the internet doing something, or like having your mood in other place or your energy placed in different spaces on projects, no? But the question of mistrust is very important, and I do think that Brussels, the European Community, yeah, the presidency of Belgium also is dealing with some of this mistrust and asking for people to not just trust, but now we have a new definition of how to channel this mistrust in the good way or in the democratic, valuable way.
Well, the EU institutions and the member states, they're working currently on something called Defense of Democracy legislative package. So it's different initiatives, but there's a vivid debate because, I mean, the idea is like to prevent foreign influence, for instance, foreign states' influence in the democratic debate. But member states are very cautious because if you try to really monitor too much what's happening in the public debate, and if you try to curb any influence, then it can go against democracy. There are different initiatives on transparency, like really to increase transparency, and that could also go in the wrong way. Too much transparency to really, because some things need to be debated and need to be talked out of the public eye. And so there is also the fight against disinformation. That also needs to be taken carefully. And also, in my private opinion, is one should not attribute too much to the social media, in a way that social media brings a lot of diverse opinion, but it has happened in the past. So I remember I was in a debate on social media, new media, and disinformation, and it was one of the panelists was the Austrian president, and he mentioned that apparently in the late 20s in Berlin, just for the city of Berlin, there were 33 daily newspapers on every different opinion you could get. So at that time, it was also possible to just buy your center-left newspaper and just stick to that and be only informed about that. So one should not attribute everything wrong or everything that too much to the new media, to the new social media. Things were happening before as well, and yeah, we have to be careful to curb it too much.
Yeah, I do think that this is some of the there is something happening in there, but also I do think that the populism Jordi was saying is more about not just what is happening on the social media, but also in certain circles and all these echo chambers creating out of the anger of people or feeling misplaced at some point or not well attended by the public entities, and creating these feelings of, well, maybe they are taking my trust badly and they are misusing my trust, so I need to do something to bring back my dignity and also my way of staying coexisting with the rest of the society. So transparency is a good thing, but also I do think that there are a lot of people who live actually on the margins of the system who are not very well informed about all these efforts done by the public entities, all the resources, or all the tools that they are already there, but maybe they are not well explained or they are not well presented to certain collectives within the society, and what makes is make the gap between legitimacy wider, the belonging wider, and the engagement wider, so you don't feel safe in certain space, not accepted on this space too, and this is our challenge on how to revert this situation and how to make it a different scenario, more appealing and more aware of the differences, the diversity of opinions, but also the diversity of situation all of us are living. And I do think that with initiatives like the esteemed, people can put their projects, put the proposals, interact with other users, with other legislative initiative, and also like have this interaction at a certain level, and also feel like I am doing something, and there is someone listening to my needs, but it's not the techno thing Jordi was saying. I do think that we are in the balance with having the physical participation and the engagement with different spaces, like the one presented by the Belgian presidency, but also with tools that make the situation easy to collect all this information. So could you give us more light on this?
In fact, I mean, the esteemed also aims to be like a kind of political network, in the sense that tries to bridge this horizontal communication between participants without the mediating of an authority, let's say. But I want to be very clear. Technology, I very much agree with what Jordi and Jose say. Technology is not the magical recipe. Being this technology being made with a lot of perspective and being very democratic and with ethics at its core, we really need political will and political projects, transformative projects, and accountability from our political institutions. Because if we invite people to participate and we don't have these mechanisms in place, I can assure you that the engagement will be very low. In Barcelona, for example, we saw in the last participatory budgeting process this famous quote-unquote case with the cricket field launched by a minority, really, not that minority, I would say. The Pakistani community in Barcelona, they play cricket very often, and you know, this is not a very popular sport here, and they were using an equipment that is not prepared for practicing this sport. So they went to the city in Barcelona, they posed their proposal, but the magical thing in that aspect, it was that there was really a genuine will to support this kind of citizen proposal. So people were commenting on their native languages, and Urdu and in Arabic. So there were this translation happening in the platform. They were helping this collective to better improve the proposal. So, you know, it's part of a process that you need really to see the advances and the accountability, no, of the final result. So this ended being the most voted proposal on the first round of all projects in the city. So yeah, for sure we really need political will, and of course we need offline participation. Online participation per se, it's not our objective whatsoever. We are always talking about hybrid participation and trying in any case to augment that offline participation, bringing the digital layer on top.
That sounds fantastic, like having this experience with this. Well, maybe for the rest of the citizens of Barcelona are minority, but they are participating and having the support of all the rest of the neighbors and the municipality and all of this. So congratulations for the effort. I can imagine how hard it was to make it. And also it's a good point to have, like, well, this is a space for everyone. It's a space for good, it's a space to share, it's a space to grow all together. It's not just for someone who is very a techie or for someone who has very clear what are the demands he wants to submit to the municipality, is something open and something participatory at the same time. So thank you for bringing the example, making clear how the city make impact in the city. And I want to open the floor for the questions from from you, the audience. I don't know if you have any comment, any question. Yeah, Orban? I think we have a mic, so the people online can hear you.
So, thank you. My name is Urban Strandberg. I'm the director of the International Youth Think Tank. So thank you for a very interesting panel. I have two questions, I guess. So one question to you, Jordi, about the cities. I think you said many interesting things about our expectations of cities and that you were questioning some of those expectations. That it wouldn't necessarily be the case that cities are optional. I mean that they are the best places where democracy runs in the best way. That is not the case every time. Anyway, when I think of cities, I think that the particularly nice thing is the thing about diversity and pluralism. That almost comes by definition. The bigger a city is growing, because it couldn't be in any other way. There are so many different walks of life of people in the city. And I mean, that is something, so I want to hear what you have to say about that, because much of the autocratic political movements of the world, they are questioning diversity. They want to simplify what a human being are. I mean, gender-wise, religiously-wise, or whatever. So they don't like diversity and pluralism. So from that perspective, cities would be bringing hope for the future. So do you agree? What's your view? Is the city beacons of diversity and pluralism? And then I have a question to all of you. I mean, we have challenging times in different ways. Russia is waging a war on Ukraine and Europe, you could say. So people could be scared off and depressed for that reason. We have just recently suffered quite much from COVID. Not least young persons have been quite isolated and depressed. So mental health from COVID is definitely a challenge. Well, we have the climate crisis. People would, fear the future. And we have the AI revolution. I mean, many things are said about AI. So we have big problems. Do we have any positive things? Are there any dreams, any future dreams that could make it reasonable to take to the ballot or take to the streets, to be angry, to ask for something? Because maybe that necessitates a dream for the future, a dream for a brighter future. Do you see those dreams? Are there embryos for dreams for the future?
Thank you so much, Urban. I don't know if we answer and then we take some more questions. Okay. For example, yeah. So diversity and cities being like the example of this cosmopolitan view.
Yeah. Yeah, so yes, obviously, the experience of diversity for someone living in a city almost always is more direct. Evidence shows that usually the people being most directly in contact with communities that are different in some way, whether it's by sexual orientation, or that it's by religion, or by race, or whatever it is, those really living side by side tend to be less prejudiced. And that those who are very prejudiced are not those who are very far from diversity, but those that are just close enough that they sort of see them, but they don't live together with them.
Mm-hmm.
right? So that's usually what happens. So in that respect, it's not the rural that would be the least open to tolerance, but the other ones. Well, I believe that this has a small danger, which is the urban snobbery, right? Like, oh, we do diversity and we don't mind lesbians and you're kind of backward. So that's dangerous because that then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. There's also, I was talking about the strawman. I remember when I was going quite a bit to Hungary about a decade ago, and there was a very clear message that Fidesz, the governing party, was giving to the citizens. It's like, you know, when you go to Vienna and you walk the streets of Vienna and you see all these veiled women and these black guys and these kind of dodgy, different-looking guys and these guys who look like girls and have their blue hair. We don't want to be like that, right? That was not the subtext, that was the text of what Fidesz people was saying then. So in some ways that cities are like this isn't necessarily seen as a positive by everyone else. So the challenge here is not to turn everyone like cities, right? Even by demographic. The challenge here is a transformation that goes deeper. I think the best example I can think of is attitudes towards the LGBT community in Spain, which have changed not because those who were homophobic in their youth have all died, or because, you know, the cities have, you know, this become a more urbanized country and in the countryside they're still like backwards. That's not the case. They have really changed. I'm going to be very quick on this anecdote, but I think it's very illustrative. Equal marriage was approved in Spain in 2005. In 2008, there is a piece in the news about Abenojar, a village in Ciudad Real, which is what we would call deep Spain, right? So it's a very rural area in central South Spain. And the piece of news is the village has a procession to Our Lady of Incarnation. Procession goes out, and lots of people are wearing a green T-shirt saying Incarnation without discrimination. Why is that? It's because the hairdresser of the village, who's a woman, has married another woman and has been banned by the bishop from going to the procession. Why do I tell this story? This story is about a procession in a village of 1,500 inhabitants. These people are protesting against the bishop banning someone from being part of the procession. That's cultural transformation. And that hasn't happened because Abenojar is now a big city. It has happened because transformation has gone deep. The goal, therefore, is that diversity is not scary, whether or not you live in East Berlin, right, or Central Paris, or whatever in London, right? I don't think we should be idealizing cities as all of Europe should be like this, because that's actually a threatening proposition for lots of people. Instead, we need to do the hard but actually possible work of cultural transformation everywhere, including the countryside, including the post-industrial, non-attractive, kind of aged communities of many parts of Europe.
So thank you, Jordi. And I don't know if you want also to point out about the question of the big problems, the big dreams, the big...
I spoke lots. I'll let mine.
Sorry, I will just add something to what Jordi said. In another panel, I heard there is a study, or there are several studies that pinpoint the fact that cities of around 10,000 inhabitants are the most prone to, or the most perceptive to like hate messages or like populist movements. And so that's just like an econometric data. And so maybe, yeah, that's something that we could think about. And it goes in line with what you're saying, no? It's not the really small places, but like the in-between.
So thank you so much for this note. And what is your big dream, igniter, or or something for the future?
With what you said, definitely like the messages received by the youth today is frightening. It's from the very childhood they have heard about climate crisis, they have heard that they will, I mean, I think it's probably the first generation that knows that they will live less good than their parents. The previous generations all thought they would be living better. And so, and all of this is very, brings anxiety to the youth. I think you're a better place to talk about the hopes in the future, but at least I think institutions, EU institutions, are also worried about that, and maybe there is a change in the messaging today, because just bringing anxiety messages, anxious messages to the population is not the right way to do it, to bring hope.
Yeah, so the narrative is very important at the end of the day, no?
And also, and to add with what I was mentioning in the previous session, is the previous intervention, is really we need to say what we do, and at least to explain what we do, and
show, lead by example.
Like that, and also that not. I mean, I remember I was posted in Tunisia, and there was a very. I mean, I think the EU was the biggest foreign aid donor, and like the biggest investor, like in public infrastructure, and like all the EU institutions were investing in a lot, and billions, but for like ownership reasons, there would never be an EU flag anywhere on all the projects, the highways and so on. And then at one point there was a very anti-EU sentiment in Tunisia, and because the EU didn't sell itself, or at least they didn't explain that they were helping in a concrete way the Tunisian population by helping build roads and so on. So yeah, it's also something that we need to do more.
So strengthen communication, and I think that something that was remarked more than once in this panel. And we have a question over there, 2 questions. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Actually, it was a question for Deputy Ambassador regarding the Defense and Democracy package that you briefly spoke about. I remember when we were going through the draft, and this is a perfect example when I had to show that civil society are the first ones on the chopping block when it goes wrong in the political realm. This was following a bit what happened with Qatargate, which essentially, I think if people know, is a corrupt situation in the, excuse me, in the European Parliament with foreign funding from Morocco, Qatar, and Mauritania that essentially was being embezzled through NGOs in Belgium, international NGOs, for bribing essentially of certain politicians. What happened then is that the Commission, as a reactionary measure, put some sort of measure within the Defense of Democracy package for foreign funding. How it was written, though, because when we were going through the draft, it was very similar to the anti-espionage, I think it's called, legislation of Hungary that was previously settled. I'll get to my question, which is very precise at the end, but so essentially what happened here is that then civil society were the first ones to say, okay, you receive foreign funding, you are corrupt, let's try and protect our politicians, and then let's just get out civil society out of the way. Of course, I think we all agree to some extent that is nowhere near to be democratic. My question here would be, how can we, at a political level, most likely, understand who is friend from foe? Because there are lots of European organizations that benefit from international foundations, from American foundations, governments in ASEAN countries, for instance, governments that we can, for lack of a better term, allied to the democratic cause that we're working with. So that text, it wasn't very well displayed, to be honest, because it all put everything together. And then again, it wasn't a clear differentiation between who can we trust and who can we not trust, and how do we bridge those political and even economic ties among continents? Because again, if we're speaking about the Global Democracy Coalition, there has to be some sort of international scope to it that I think, on a legal perspective, is complicated to do, but I think there's political will. So a bit, how do you visualize that international collaboration, differentiating friend from foe and economic ties, let's say, among continents? If my question makes sense. It was,
if I may add a layer on that, previously Carol was pointing out that the third of the global population is coming to elections. So some people are deciding their future, and the rest of us, we should accommodate to the new result. So this is a new framework for work and to shape those collaboration, who to trust, who not to trust, who put into question, and all of this. So Jordi, if you may. I think it's a question for all of us. Oh, for all of them? Yeah.
Well, I think like the added value or the advantage of being EU president is that our role is to be honest, so which means that we, do you still hear me?
Yeah.
Which means that we are there to help the debate within the EU member states. And the great thing is like there's 27 member states that have different opinions, and of course, even though probably many member states in the beginning were like completely aligned with the Commission, and then the fact that others had different views, then it shaped the legislative package. So I don't know how to discriminate. The only way, like nowadays, is like Russian interference. We know because Russia did the aggression against Ukraine. That's for sure. But then the rest, it's very fluctuant, and it's really hard to label everyone being foe or friend. And yeah, and also you have as you were saying, like many foreign influence. That's for democracy. That's for minorities and so on. So how can you label that? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if you have any.
I mean, I have a lot of direct experience because I've been in the philanthropy space before my job, and you know, the story about Qatar in France 8 years ago was not about Qatar interference in French politics. It was about French Muslim organizations that were fighting for the rights of the French Muslims, that, you know, whether or not they were receiving money from Qatar, whether that was legit or not, right? It's a very difficult debate, the debate of foreign agents, so-called in the Russian terminology, versus the idea that there is democratic solidarity that can come through philanthropy or other ways. And I don't think there is a clear-cut answer, but I do believe, like you, that the defense of democracy package needs to be very, very, very careful, because you would be enabling things that we've seen in Romania and in Hungary before, and actually probably there's people actually cynically doing exactly this, so that they can then afterwards use the package in this way. So it's always extremely difficult to legislate these things. I think, though, there is a very, very clear line, which is lawmakers being very directly at the service of certain interests. And I believe that's not only public foreign interest, there's also private interest, foreign and national, and we have a general problem with representative democracy, which will not be solved by the defense of democracy package, which is, it's very hard to ensure that our legislators are working for the general good, all of them. Most of them they do, but some of them.
Maybe. Thank you so much for your comments. We have one last question. Yeah.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much, first of all, to be here, and thank you to the organization. My name is Francesc Almendros, and I want to share with you two topics. The first topic is that I'm leading an organization here in Catalonia called Keep Europa. We're a youth organization that we want to bring the EU institutions and democracy inside them to the youth, well, not only in Catalonia, also in Spain. So I wanted to know which type of activities your organizations, or how do you try to approach youth people, or which type of contacts you have with them. And the second part, I'm also leading another project that is involved in all this ecosystem. It's called Palumba EU. Maybe some of you have heard about it. I'm coordinating this with a partner here in Barcelona. And basically, for the ones that haven't heard about it, we're developing a voting advice application, and we want to basically create the first touch for the youth organizations, well, for the youth generations, with democracy through app. Basically, in this app, we want to show different statements, and you're going to swipe left, right, and after these answers, you're going to have a match with your Europe family, so you're going to have easy access to know what you want to vote, and your interest, and so on. And with this, we want to fight disinformation, we want to increase the value of democracy in youth generation. So basically, I wanted to know also your feedback about these projects. We can talk more about it in the breaks. And also, I wanted to share this question in the next table, but you will have to go because it's about youth, the next one. And that's also, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, two interesting topics.
I don't have a very good experience with this. So we supported voting advice apps in the 2014 EU elections, and we could not find, we could find evidence of lots of people using them. We could not find evidence of these mobilizing people who would not have otherwise used that. My advice would be look for the evidence, because we never found evidence that in 2014, and I don't believe in 2019, this worked. And I think it's very important to be evidence-led, not led by the good idea, but what we've seen to work. And I have never seen that they lead to more mobilization. If that's what you want to achieve, I haven't seen this evidence. If what you want to achieve is just, that people enjoy these and use it and have big number of users, that's a different thing. But we actually looked for the evidence because we had invested money in supporting voting and voting advising apps, of which there are many. The Netherlands are super popular, for example. And the evidence is not conclusive that this leads more people who would otherwise not have voted to vote.
Carol, do you see any progress in that with the city? You see that people who interact more have shaped ideas?
We don't have any experience with this kind of voting advice apps. But regarding your first question about how our organizations promote this participation from young people, in my case it's a bit difficult because we really work with hundreds of different organizations. I can point it out that now, because Barcelona is the capitality of the democracy, they are launching a project which is called Volem Decidir. We want to decide, and it is specifically addressed to young people. And we know that in the platform, the city in Barcelona, there has been several processes addressed specifically to young population. But beyond this, I am not that closely in touch with all the political processes that are happening in the city.
So thank you so much. We are coming to the close of this session. Just to sum up some of the ideas that have been shared. Well, our idealization of metropolis have changed somehow, and we owe to ourselves also to see democracy outside the cities too, and to involve everyone, and also of all this misinformation, and also to strengthen the institution with more trust, more transparency, and more accountability, and also all the initiative led by the Belgian presidency nowadays on the panels for youth and all the participatory processes. So thank you so much for being here, for your question, and hope you enjoy the rest of the session too. Thank you so much, Javier.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for staying for this first panel of this initiative, the Global Democracy Coalition Forum here in Europe, in Barcelona. I'm Mireia Diuri, project manager at Talento para el Futuro, and I'm here delighted to share this roundtable, more likely of a straight line here, to talk about youth participation and the risks and challenges we're facing and how we feel about it and our role in active participation for the maybe not the sustainability of democracies as we know them nowadays, but what we want them to be with the resources we can count on right now. For those who are who have joined us now streaming, and those who have joined us here in presence in Barcelona, the Europe Global Democracy Coalition Forum is, well, the materialization of the commitment of a lot of initiatives and projects and platforms, etc., to bring all together and discuss about what our role is, and specifically here and now, the youth participation. I'm about to introduce a little bit each one of you, if I may. First of all, I'm starting right across the line, Ismael. Well, here's Ismael Paez. He's Vice President of the European Youth Organizations, also known as the European Youth Forum. And this is an international non-profit association which puts the focus in the value of the youth participation in decision-making contexts and spaces. Welcome, Ismael. Also, Darina Onishko, welcome. You're youth coordinator in the Community of Democracies, and which is a global organization composed of member states that strive to foster and strengthen democracies around the world. Welcome, Darina. Also, Pablo Slatis. Am I all right? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. As a person, as I was telling you before, with a special surname, I'm aware of the importance of pronouncing it as well as we all can do. He's senior technical leader for digital development in IREX Serbia, and this is a global development and educational organization that focuses on people rather than infrastructure, physics such as roads and wells. And I think this might be quite interesting in order to understand better the role of this part of of lives and societies to get the connection. I think it could be really interesting. And also Silvia Ortega, she comes representing the Barcelona Youth Forum, which is a pioneer initiative here in Barcelona, and well, we see the regional importance and relevance in developing our initiatives and our voices in different contexts. Welcome, all of you. And if I may, I would love this panel to be more like a conversation. And to start with, I would love to share with you one question attending to your experiences and whatever you do in your organizations, so that we can all get to know you a little bit better and your initiatives. But after that, I will be sending you different questions, and feel free to participate as you want. First of all, Ismael, according to your experience and the role of the European Youth Forum, we know that it is extremely important, and every single day I think we feel it like it's more and more relevant, the role the youth play in the development or the setback of the democracies. So how can you, in the European Youth Forum, make it happen that the youth voices are represented and present in the decision-making spaces and rooms?
Yes, okay, perfect. So thank you for the question. I'm actually going to answer that question in two sides. So what is youth civil society, so organized youth organizations, and what are young people in politics, right? Because it's quite different things that we need to understand. First of all, let me start as the best use case I can use, which is the European Youth Forum. For those that are not aware of us, we're the largest youth organization of youth platforms in the world. So we represent around 112 youth platforms, either national youth councils from all around continental Europe and international non-governmental youth organizations, around 112 full-member organizations. And within our structure, well, of course, we have our general assemblies, we have our internal working groups, our internal expert groups, that then, within the members, whether it's the Ukrainian National Youth Council, the Spanish National Youth Council, together with the Scouts in Europe, together with the Erasmus Student Network, and other international youth NGOs and national youth councils, we develop positions on specific policy topics that affect youth. So again, we have our internal processes. We don't decide ourselves as the network what our positions are. They are voted and agreed on internally upon the membership, that they themselves represent millions of young people, if we're speaking about national youth councils or international non-governmental youth organizations. So that is what I would describe as organized youth. And then we have young people in politics, which again are also young decision makers that also contribute to the inclusion of young people in those spaces. I want to focus more on youth civil society, because we were speaking before about defense on democracy package, and we speak a lot about consulting CSOs, so civil society organizations, youth organizations, in decision making, in politics, in just general research, even if we have to get into academia. But the main point I would like to make is that we as civil society, we have the grassroots reach to some extent. So we are networks, I know that, there's always a trickling effect, and there are different filters to our engagement and the communication that goes towards, but we do have grassroots representation. So we can assure to some extent with these networks that we can get the grassroots information back to our higher management, if I may call it that way, and then from there relay that information to the governments. We were speaking before, I think Jordi, he was speaking before about it's not necessarily true that city councils are always the one closest to the members or to the population. I think to that extent that might be true, but I think that's why also international networks are so important, and the inclusion of international civil society organizations that have the overall European view on what's happening, because this young person or this youth organization in Serbia told us the same thing as a youth organization in Poland, as a youth organization in the UK, right? And you need someone to actually bridge that communication among European CSOs specifically to bring back to decision makers and then getting included. As specific use case scenarios, the best example I can give, not necessarily about the inclusion that we are trying to promote, of course, through all different sorts of campaigns, internal political party culture when it comes to including young people, because in some countries like Spain, they are closed lists, for instance. So it's not if you get more votes you get in, it's depending where you are on the list of your political party. So in some, it depends on the countries, of course, but mostly internal political party culture needs to change a lot, and we are seeing these shifts bit by bit. But then also when it comes to future-proofing to some extent policies, so then young people in 10, 15 or 20 years time to have to say again, but this doesn't represent us, and that's where we developed a tool called the Youth Test, which we're very happy some institutions, the European Economic and Social Committee implemented it last year, and now the European Commission announced they're going to start their own version, which is a youth check. So essentially what it is a risk assessment and mitigation tool for every single policy that comes out of these institutions to see how does it affect young people today and young people tomorrow, right? So I think this is a tool that, again, it's a tangible thing that you can see, that you can use within the institutions, that works quite well, and we are very happy again that the institutions are following this trend. And I think initiatives like these are a way to include, of course, young people's perspective and young people's ideas and young people's consultation. We can't include every single million person or million of young people in a roundtable discussion, but we can make sure to try to reach the information as much as possible throughout organized youth networks and organizations, and try to get that grassroots information back to us, let's say the international community, or what we call the EU bubble, quote unquote, to get those ideas back to decision makers and hopefully make a change through these tools, for instance. If that more or less answers your question, but I know I went in different directions.
No, for sure. I mean, well, we're in Salento para el Futuro makes these initiatives, and we're really aware of the relevance of coordinating all the initiatives and to bring all together a common project, and so we can communicate better and create that bridge with other institutions or other NGOs or the third sector, the private sector, and I think we can quite understand the relevance of it. But regarding this, or related to these actions that are certainly really important, I would like to ask you, Darina, from your experience there in Common Democracies and as youth coordinator, from your experience, how have you seen the evidence that we got to hear before of mobilization of the youth? Like, how can we reach it effectively?
First of all, thank you so much for having me here, inviting to this event. I'm very glad to join this European gathering that is part of the Global Democracy Coalition sessions before the global one that will be held next week at the Summit for Democracy in Seoul. And thank you for the question. It is actually quite an area of my expertise. So the Community of Democracies, I manage youth portfolio that really has several initiatives. So it's really focused on bringing young people into spaces and the intergovernmental level mostly. So we have a youth advisory group that guides our member states. The Community of Democracies is a coalition of countries. We have 30 member states that are the most active at this point. And this youth advisory group, it's called COD Youth Leads. It's 10 fantastic young individuals from all regions in the world, from places like Zambia, Nigeria, Republic of Korea, Taiwan, Canada, as well as in Europe. It's Poland, Ukraine, and Georgia. And they do as well different initiatives. For example, right now they are preparing to advocate for a new UN resolution on participation of youth in elections, because 2024 is such a big elections year with around more than 50 countries having elections, right? But besides this, they also, one of the aims of this program as well is sharing these practices between different regions, which we're speaking about, to have this platform where young people can freely speak about their challenges in activism, about challenges in politics. As Ismail was just saying, these are quite different spaces that youth need to navigate in. But I've been in this youth work, so-called, for a while now, almost a decade, and it's just so often that we speak about the challenges, youth participation and engagement, we try to find solutions, but it's such a stereotype that young people are disengaged, or there's, as voters, they are quite apathetic to the elections, etc. And I really want to challenge that, because there are so many positive examples in this world, including elections. Like we have in Poland, where I'm based right now. In elections in October 2023, it was the youth voters who really contributed to the change of the government. Many people consider this change as a positive one. So it was almost 70% of those under 30 years old voting, which is unprecedented result, really. Then we also have Guatemala, which is almost 10,000 kilometers from here. In the election in the summer 2023, was the similar thing happened, is that youth voters and youth generally were those who informed, who communicated to so-called older generations, explaining the electoral landscape, etc. It was, again, the change, democratic change. And just moving to my own country, example I cannot not mention is Ukraine, where young people just on the front lines, literally, of defending freedom and their right to have elected, to elect their representatives. It's something that will probably be taken away by Russia if they would prevail. So they really know what they are fighting for, democracy as well. And why I'm saying all of this is also just to spotlight some of these examples. And returning to some of the challenges in mobilizing youth, I would say that it also very much depends on what type of spaces we're talking about. In political parties, governments, parliaments, young people, of course, are very much underrepresented themselves, but they also don't feel like there are politicians that represent their issues that they care about. That's why very often they go to digital realm, for example, that offers them this opportunity to voice their opinions, where they can share their ideas, etc. Or they take to the streets, and then they protest and march, advocating for issues, again, such as climate change and equality as well. One more barrier I will mention here, also based on my own experience, is that gap that persists of opportunities between the urban and so-called rural areas. I've been raised in the northwestern corner of Ukraine, It's not a rural area. I was raised in a city of around 250,000 people. But still, when I was in school, I have not seen any debate clubs or camps or people that were around me civically active. It was when I moved to Poland, I noticed such a big difference. And it's not even rural area that we're speaking about. I will be wrapping up here, but one last challenge I will mention is that the challenge regarding young people who are not seeing those opportunities, who are labeled as ordinary citizens, who like to focus more on their own businesses, on their own development careers, maybe the private sector. Sometimes they don't perceive democracy as important, the values. And I think it's also the job of international organizations, civil society organizations, donor community to really face this challenge more closely and come up with this more like interesting, creative programs that would bring these people closer to democratic spaces. And this can be, for example, having young people as part of election observation missions, or asking political parties to create more mentorship programs, etc. I want to close on the very positive note, though, is that, yes, many believe that young people are not involved and they don't want to be involved, but there has been a survey done by the UN Youth Office, and it said that 1 in 3 young people, those under 30, would consider running for the office if they were given the opportunity. So we're really just to capitalize and to build upon this potential that we have. Thank you.
Thank you for your reflection and your story. I think it's really inspiring to remind ourselves that young people actually cares for everything that happens all the time. It's just that, as we've seen, we're always and every day overstimulated and surrounded by these messages coming from the older generations as well, and that one part they believe in us, in our potential, and at the other side they say, well, it's so sad for the youth that everything is so wrong all the time for them. Well, your time will come, but we're living every single day. So when this is time coming, I'm living now. So and in order to make our voices being heard and our initiatives and taking responsibilities of wherever we want to reach collectively from our individualities, I might say, I would love to ask you, Pavlo, what role do you think, from your experience as well, the traditional media and new media platforms can play to raise our voices and to share, I think this is quite the nuance, to share our opinions and to be seen, to be recognized?
Thanks for the question. Thank you for inviting me here. I must say that I'm older than 40, so I'm actually representing the not youth and the perspectives of not youth, especially in media, and I think that's also an important perspective. We at IREX work globally, and we work in media development, and we work in youth leadership and education, and I think at this point all of those areas are intertwined, and maybe that's a good start for answering your question and ties into what Darina said. I think traditional media have been trying to address and represent youth for ages now, but are missing the point quite often. And as young people, my son would say cringe most often. I think that's an important point to address because it also ties into youth participation, because what has been representing traditional media now is actually not allowing true youth voices to participate in creating the content, and it's usually driven by people of 40 or older, and then it doesn't really connect, and it feels artificial more often than not. I think that traditional media should have part of their gatekeeping role in the society, and they want and should have platform for youth to express themselves, but at this point, we are talking about the youth that are not born into traditional media, but they're social natives. So even the youth does not care or understand how traditional media works, what is the information flow, what are the revenue streams. And I think at this point they don't even need to care because they have, as you said, new platforms to express their own voices. I must say that especially in the younger generations, there is a global phenomenon called active news avoidance, where people actually choose not to consume news. It's in all demographics, but in youth, you can see that, as you said, they're overwhelmed by content and negative content. And there's also an issue of globalization, where people do not see their local surroundings as important because they communicate globally with other people, with other similar-minded people. Their boundaries are broken down, and then people do not recognize their local influences as important. And also I think that the issue with media and youth and political accountability is that I think Jordi said on the last panel that there is a growing mistrust, and the healthy mistrust is not something we are working on from media side as well, because there is the job of media is to criticize and to find where you should mistrust the institution, and there is a lot of fear mongering in that way, which Jordi mentioned, and youth want to let's say, express themselves more freely, and that's where new platforms are actually more usable. On the other hand, that also has its pitfalls and downsides, and I think that's also in Reuters Institute's research. It is highlighted that young people actually recognize that algorithmic news choosing is not good for you, and it drives you into echo chambers and bubbles, and that's also something that influences both political activism and youth activism as not a really good thing. But I wanted to end on a note of trying to push beyond new platforms and traditional media, because we are living in a time of potential AI revolution, which will probably change the way how we interact with each other and with the information in the internet. And that's something that actually youth will be born into and be more natural in using it in everyday life. And I think that paradigm shift will change or make the gap even wider between what we call media today and youth that wishes to participate and express themselves in the public. And I think that one of the possible solutions, to try to end on a positive note and finding the possible solutions, is to work with both media and new platforms and finding the non-artificial way to include people that want to participate. As Darina said, like, there is at least a third of people that want to do stuff in this realm, and not to be apathetic or ignoring the local and global issues. And we need to find the ways to embrace their skill sets and their habits and what they actually want to do, and try to integrate them more seamlessly into all the institutions, because the media are institutions, if that answers part of your question.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you very much. I think something that, well, you haven't said directly, but I think it's underlying on your response. It's the risk of, well, it's a fact, the disinformation, and how at least every single government, and especially the European institutions, are working really hard to fight it. And our role, our responsibility to fight it, because we want to speak freely all the time and say whatever we want, wherever we choose to, but we're missing somehow the part where we we form ourselves, we educate ourselves in order to know that wherever I'm telling, wherever I'm sharing with everyone, globally talking, it's true, or it can rely on something that's been proven, objectively speaking. But we'll talk more about it afterwards. Silvia, for those who don't know, Barcelona Youth Forum is a pioneer initiative that works in democratic innovation. And what could you share with us about the main lessons that you've experienced that shows us the challenges, the opportunities, the risks? Please share us with.
So thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the question as well. So first, I want to explain you the process a little bit, in case you're not familiarized with it. Here in Barcelona, we have approximately 500,000 people living in the city between 12 and 35 years old. That's what we call young people here in Barcelona. So, of course, in Barcelona, we have different groups and associations of people who usually participate, no? And we hear to them and we listen to their recommendations usually. But from the Barcelona City Council, we also wanted to listen to that people who not always is participating, no? What my colleagues were saying before. So that's why in 2021, we organized the Barcelona Forum Jove for Youth Forum, okay? For this process, the first thing we did is to choose a sample of 200,000 young people. So these 200,000 people from among 216 people registered in the city between 16 and 29 years old, they received a letter from the mayor of the city inviting them to participate in this Forum Jove. From all these letters, we get answer from 1,600 people interested in participating in our process. And finally, through a second stratified draw, we chose those 99 final participants. So all these draws were done pursuing the maximum representation of the city, taking into account also the plurality and the diversity of the society, the young society we have here in the city. So we took into account, of course, gender, of course, age, but also the place of birth, the neighborhood of residence, and the socioeconomic level. So we had really represented the whole city. These 99 people had to answer one simple question. As a young person living in Barcelona, what would you need to carry out your life project? Quite easy, quite difficult, you can choose. So with these 99 people, and for 6 months, we had 12 meetings in which they were deliberating about those issues they were concerned about, and with a clear objective of political incidence, okay? And through these meetings, the topics that themselves finally prioritized were 3 of them, were emancipation, education, and mental health. And from these 3 topics, 22 proposals were raised. Those 22 proposals were written down from them. Finally, 20 of them were accepted by the Barcelona City Council, and they had to be included in the adolescence and youth plan of the council that was being done at that moment and had to be approved the following year. So, well, this more or less very short explain how it was the process. And of course, we faced many challenges. I have chosen 3 of them, let's say. So first of all, listen, but listen is not enough. There has to be a commitment to really collect what was agreed and to execute it. From an administration, sometimes this is hard, but you have to find that commitment. The third challenge is, and it's incredible, it's a challenge, is that you have to be honest. because it's not always easy. You have to explain that sometimes everything cannot be done. Maybe because there is no budget, maybe because it's unfeasible, whatever. But you have to be honest. If you explain it, it's okay. And also the third challenge we faced is the cost of the process, not the cost economically speaking. Of course, there's an economical issue here, but also this process was a really time-consuming process. So it has been a whole 1 year working every day, well, almost every day, and you have to be prepared for what is coming. And you were asking also about the lessons we learned. So we learn many things from young people. You can learn always things. But I have chosen 4 as well. So first lesson is trust. You have to trust. You have to trust the process. You have to trust your organization because you are working hard and you will do it. And especially you have to trust young people. During the whole process, you are empowering all these participants. And you know, because you did it at the beginning, that they are representative from the whole city. So trust those young people and hear all the voices, also those that sometimes are invisible. The second lesson I want to stress out is that it's super important to keep record of everything. You have to collect the entire process, you have to take the minutes of the meeting, the minutes of the sessions with the young people, the service you have done, take photos, take videos, everything you can do is super important. For us was very useful also the esteemed platform, because there was like the record of the whole process, and where it was super useful for us. The third lesson, sorry, always do a return. That's for all the collectives, but I think that for young people it's even more important. What are you going to do and what not? Remember, you have to be honest. What is going to be done? When is going to be done, each action? And when the whole process has finished and the action starts, which is the execution degree. This is also, with the esteemed, is quite easy to follow. And the fourth lesson we learned, this is not from the process, but this is from the outcomes. We learned that we, in the administration and in the Barcelona City Council, young people call us, we are so boomers. One of the main things arising this Forum Jova process was that they don't know who we are, what we do, if we do something for them that is interesting or whatever. And actually, during the process, they discovered that the Barcelona City Council is making a lot of services and programs and everything for them. And they were so frustrated that they didn't know. So that's why one of those actions arising in the process was to make a change here and explain the things that the city is doing for them, explain in a closer way. So that's why we have started a new communication campaign, a new social media accounts, etc., etc. And actually, before launching it, we share it with the participants of the process, so that they could say, oh, that's okay, or no, I do not like it. So I think more or less these are quite nice summary of the process.
Yeah, for sure. I think we've learned a lot, and this is something that I think we we can all agree that the administration, local, any level talking, I mean, national, local, autonomous, it doesn't matter. They're always doing things, and we have a lot of initiatives we can count on, but we don't get to know them really well at the very beginning or in the design of these processes, and this is kind of one of the problems, I think, or at least in our experience, I'm talking on the platform I'm representing here, it's something that I've seen that the institutions really need the intermediate agents, like the platform, the youth platforms, the youth initiatives, because in order to be honest, you need to comprehend that now that we're overstimulated, tired, like super exposed to speeches, to different, well, here in Spain we say literally, like, I've come to talk about my book, literally, and if not, I'm leaving somehow. But we need, that's the feeling, the first feeling coming from the bottom. Let's say the youth is in the bottom and the institutions are above. Okay, so, and here I am about to ask you is my one question. How can we, the youth, we're not just young people doing things, okay, we're being involved in every step we take, and how can we make sure, and in the European Youth Forum, how do you work on building these intergenerational bridges in order to enrich our sense of democracy, and also addressing new challenges, well, according to the speed of the implementation of new technologies, and they're supposed to be our allies in being heard and being in places, talking and debating, but also come with risks. So how do we get to do that?
I can't help but to put on very briefly another hat of mine when we speak about intergenerational engagement and collaboration and solidarity. There's also a very used term which I will briefly speak about. I mean, I'm a board member at the European Youth Forum. We're volunteers, so I do have a everyday job, well, full-time volunteers. And my everyday job, I'm also director of the Confederation of European Senior Expert Services, which we work daily with senior expert volunteers, so pre-retired and retired individuals. So you can imagine my everyday is, during the day, seniors from 50, 55 plus, and during the night or weekends, it's young people from 18 to 30. So myself, it's a bit shocking because for some people it might seem I'm working against myself, depending on the day sometimes, and sometimes I'm speaking for young people, other time I'm speaking for the older generation, and specifically mostly pushing for active aging and active citizenship and volunteering, right? But I see a lot more similarities than people might think, especially when it comes to tech. The only thing that mainly changes when it comes to even the digital transition, without even speaking about AI, because that's another rabbit hole that I'm not going to get in right now at this point of the conversation at least, is that even millennials of the 90s are still not up to the tech specifications that you have young people now of 20, 15, 12 years old that really did grow up with an iPad in their hands. I know, and the only main difference is tech savviness to some extent, right? Is knowing how to use the tech, the tools, a phone, a computer. I mean, it might seem straightforward to most people, but Excel is not an easy thing to use, right? And now it's a pre-requirement. And some people don't have that knowledge. Well, now I think in educational systems, people, I'm not entirely sure, but in some countries they are using how to use Excel, how to use Word, how to use PowerPoint, etc. Just everyday normal tools that most jobs now require to be able to use. And I'm going to bring back an anecdote speaking with some of the people, board members in the organization where I work in my everyday job. And he told me something quite interesting, that most of this intergenerational collaboration happens within the household. It is difficult, of course, we can create the spaces, we can put organizations discussing with each other. As a youth forum, we did sign an intergenerational declaration with the H platform, which is a platform of senior, I was going to say volunteers, but not volunteers, of senior representatives, let's say, or representing the senior society. So we do have some common goals. As European Youth Forum, we have a project called Meet, which is essentially meeting different generations for common goals in view of the European elections. So we do work a lot on intergenerational collaboration around the elections, around politics, around media and everything. But one thing I really want to stress is that if we're lucky enough to have close family, grandparents or parents, etc., is mainly those connections that help the grandparents learn from the young people and the young people learn from the grandparents, right? And I think we underestimate too much the impact of social family connections or social connections themselves, or even volunteering. I mean, I've met lots of young people that go volunteering in retirement homes, for instance, or people like that. And those kind of initiatives, I think it's a lot more, if you worked with a person over 50, it's a bit complicated you to arrive as a young person and say, I'm going to teach you how to do something, right? It's not usually taken in the best of ways for good and bad reasons simultaneously. But I think in more colloquial or in more natural environments is a lot easier for those kind of things. And when it comes to media literacy, when you would say here, how do you bridge that intergenerational gap in terms of digitalization, I think they are both just as vulnerable. When it comes to all of that. I think critical thinking is not something necessarily assigned to a specific demographic. I think it's something that needs to be all across a bit more standardized when it comes to ages. Of course, you have to adapt it. You can't give the same recommendations to Meta for the Facebook platform, which is mostly more the older demographic using it, than using it for Instagram or TikTok, which the communication flow is completely different. It's a lot more instant. So you need to adapt again, of course, your recommendation to your policy, depending on the platform and depending on the demographic. That said, media literacy is still a whole problem among generations. And the easiest way to do, again, is just speak and stop dividing and speaking, how do we do for demographic X, Y, or Z? How can we just improve the social media services that we are using, essentially, independently, because Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Threads now also that is doing competition with Twitter for mostly political reasons, right? This is speaking about ecosystems. That's the best example. A couple of years ago, it was something called, I think it was Truth Social, opened by Donald Trump. And then it's like, again, it was just pure polarization, and there was no common place. What is happening now again with Twitter and Threads. And that is not an intergenerational gap. That is a societal gap. I think there's more societal gap than actual intergenerational gap when it comes to these big questions on how do we use tech to communicate and to collaborate. At least from the way I can see that. And again, old and young people are more than happy to collaborate with each other if done in the right circumstances. And I don't think any of the demographics need to take a, an entitled position towards them. I know how to use this better than you or you better than me. I think we have information to cross both ways. And civil society can play a huge role to offer the space, like we've done in the Youth Forum numerous occasions with the intergenerational declaration we signed with the Age platform. So there are lots of initiatives that can be done, but again, I really want to stress that social connections are, I think that's where the, at family dinners, at family lunches, when you go for Christmas dinner, whatever, don't be scared to open those conversations, even though Brexit didn't go very well for us and those conversations didn't turn well at the table either. But again, it's civil society, right? So let's just try and be a bit more nice with each other. And, it's a bit of wishful thinking, but yeah.
Well, if not, we can always relate to the words we've heard before, that anger is a political feeling in democracies, and we need to build on that instead of feeling like it's something that's tearing us apart. Well, thank you. And well, regarding what you said, I would love to ask you, Pablo, about the most effective method to get to create this critical thinking among young people. As we see that it's really difficult, at least that's what I've seen in the family dinners with my cousins. It's really, really difficult, and they're, at least in my case, of course, it's really difficult to maintain a long conversation because it implies that you need to think what you're saying more than 5 minutes. Like, where are you coming from? Where is this knowledge coming from? From a book or from an article in the news or wherever? But you need to stop for a minute, even for this argue at some point. But what would be the method, the most effective method, in your opinion, to create this?
Yeah, I just want to latch on what Ismail was talking about, the importance of critical thinking, never mind the generation. I think using terms digital literacy and media literacy is a bit archaic now because they are all tie into the critical thinking, and that maybe ties into your question. I think, again, it's on institutions to try to educate all of the demographics about how they operate, and then from the youngest age and even in the older age, people need to start developing processes that will teach people how to critically think at like when I'm speaking, everybody should be challenging in their mind what I'm saying and what's my position at IREX and why are we doing this and what he was talking about. I think that's a skill that needs to be embedded in all of the areas of our daily lives, be it choosing food or choosing your media source or choosing the topic on the Christmas dinner. I think that's also really important. And I think I really liked the last panel when we were talking about the healthy and non-healthy mistrust. And I think we need to start understanding that polarization actually happens because of unhealthy mistrusts, and that the bridges that needs to be built are basically based on healthy mistrusts and challenging everything you hear. So if this little philosophical thing starts to answer your question, I think like as a society and as institutions and as civil society organizations and even as digital platforms that we all know are profit-driven, everybody needs to play a bit of a role of trying to allow people to think for themselves and stop, as you said, after 5 minutes. And I just want to challenge one thing, and that's the myth about low attention spans. In latest media research, there are findings that actually say that both youth and older generation still like to read articles, so it's not only headlines. And usually it is because you just doom scroll, but there is capacity for young people as well to consume elaborate pieces of content. And we can see that in podcasting, where people are actually listening to long-form podcasts, be it news or gym stuff or entrepreneurial stuff. But even when they consume, let's call them news podcasts, they actually do it for prolonged time. So it's not 15 seconds or 3 seconds to read a headline. So we need to understand that the narratives that we are hearing a lot are not always true, which also ties into critical thinking. You need to challenge those narratives and allow any demographic to tell you what they can consume. Because I'll return to the first question about traditional media. A lot of people that are traditional media try to reach now have never experienced, for instance, a local newspaper. They never saw it in their life. So they cannot even say, we did a survey in Serbia about, do you want local news? And they say, yeah. And we ask them, like, do you know how local newspaper looks like? And they say, I have no clue. So we need to create new formats that will tell them, oh, this is how local news looks like. It doesn't need to look like my local newspaper for 40 years ago. It needs to, as you said, like, it doesn't need to use boomer language. So it needs to promote communication between someone who's creating content and someone who receives it to understand, like, what's the most viable solution. And I land on that point that to get back to my expertise, which is media, especially youth demographics do not care about brands that much because they do not go to news apps or websites directly. So they actually care more about the individuals, what they call content creators now. And what media and probably the NGOs and CSOs are missing, you can actually promote individuals that are tied to brands and allow them to be disjointed from the brand in perception of youth, because they don't care about it. They care about person X, and you can use that person to actually promote your content if it's good. And it's not youth's job to embrace the brand. It's your job to understand that you need to let the brand go and promote your people. That's also a disconnect we're trying to find. Yeah.
Well, I think, well, I'm very, very happy to be remembered that people now are still taking care of their education in any kind of format. I'm always aware about, and it's just my cousins that they told me that last weekend. But I think if you're talking about the example of podcasts and all of your answer, it's quite interesting that I think the lesson here may be, and if you cannot agree with me, of course, that we need to be aware of our need to adapt to new forms of content and new forms of getting the information. Like, not always from a content creator, but also for other kinds of, I would say, content creator, like as an influencer that's selling the festival in the arts in Valencia or wherever here comes to my mind. But also talking about feminism or democracy, the state of democracy right now or whatever, but in their own way. That's being honest with your own way and critical thinking, and share it with the rest of the population that wants to hear or wants to read you, or any kind of form that works with you, because that's the way you're being honest with your essence, and you get to connect from essence to the rest of us. And according to this, Silvia, I think, well, we've seen the role of institutions that plays in listening actively to each and every one of our voices and our intentions to be part of the creation of democracies, the kind of democracy we want to see from now on, let's say. And so I would love to see how do you perceive that the civil society, the institutions, can help to the youth-led initiatives to move on, to grow, to be materialized, and to see this way that you've been recognized and you can be part of the execution, as you said before.
Mm-hmm. So I think that participation has to be taught and supported from the earliest stages of life. So that's why children participation is so important, because they have to feel it as something normal, something they do every day. So we are very lucky here in Barcelona, because we are from the institution, from the Barcelona City Council, we are working a lot on children participation. And we listen to the voice of children, for example, when working on new playgrounds or at schools, institutes, also through the CD with this new platform, Volem the CD, that it's for less than 18 years old, I guess. Then when we are for young people, I think that spaces for participation of young people has to be created, and they have to be very close to them. So if we are such boomers, we can think that the adult spaces for participations are you have youth, and then young people is coming, like magical. No, that's not happening. So you have to speak their language, you have to go where they are, and you have to convert those spaces into a interesting thing for them. If you do not do this, this is not working for sure. Another important thing to promote participation between young people is to ask ourselves, why do we want that? And that's a nice question, because sometimes we ask them things and then afterwards we don't care what they said. No, that sometimes is happening. So as I was saying before, you have to be honest, you have to explain why, and you have to execute what is coming out from that process. If not, I think that participation, or from their point of view, they will see that participation is absolutely useless. So that's super important as well. And I think that proposals like Forum Jove, it is a good example of this positive participation, because not only those voices were collected, and the opinions and proposals were collected, but also my institution was answering those questions in a really short time, less than 1 month, and all the commitments were really clearly established. So I think that these three things are really important to promote this participation.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Darina, as we've seen right now, the vision of the local action, from your expertise, we're now focusing on an international level, and I would like you to share with us your opinion on how can international collaboration and partnerships can actually be helpful in order to exchange different ways of democratic values, and what has worked in one place may not be known for another country or another local region or whatever, but we need this exchange, and also with the use of technologies, it can be really helpful, or maybe not that much because we're not really used to the use of that, or whatever. I mean, can you share with us your experience in this matter?
Thank you for that question. First, I want to build upon what my colleagues were saying about this intergenerational initiatives and importance, right, to really have that dialogue going. And it's not only within the society, but it is also important to have the spaces where governmental leaders, where state leaders have access and can speak to young people. And this is something that we're working on at the Community of Democracies. For example, bringing youth into our member states meetings. We have them twice per year, and there was always a youth lead, one person from this youth advisory group sits at the table and can really contribute to all of the discussions together with 30 member states. And I think this type of spaces are not very frequent these days, unfortunately. But also, when speaking about Summit for Democracy that will be already next week, it is so amazing that the Republic of Korea made the focus on democracy for future generations. I think it's a very big topic that we'll be working on for the next several years as the UN has a summit on the future, etc. So there are more and more people and leaders as well who recognize the necessity of also recognizing rights for future generations. It's a new concept, really, for many. But when we're speaking about this intergenerational dialogue, I think why it's important, really, is that when we look at political parties, governments, is they are really the doors to those political spaces. And it's just so often that we see that there are gatekeepers, unfortunately. They don't always let and recognize young people's contributions. As Ismail was saying, they don't put young people on the list because of political party politics, etc. So that's why it's also important, and I think we need to focus more on that on the so-called empowering youth. And I don't like this word empowering because it's like we're giving the power to them. They already got the power. So I think that that's important to highlight. But in terms of international collaborations and tech specifically, we are working on something that's called Youth Democracy Network. And this will be mostly online network. I understand that after the pandemic, we're quite tired maybe of online spaces, but it's not always possible to have in-person events when we're talking specifically about global level. There is no possibility of bringing young people from Africa, Asia, Latin America all together several times per year. So I think this is also important in terms of these online platforms. And what this online platform will do, really, is that first it will have e-learning opportunities, different master classes, and something that we'll focus on with the first module. It will be self-paced, interactive, with actually youth creating. The experts will be youth who will be creating this training content, which again is important because of the language and their perspectives. And it will be focusing on digital literacy or critical thinking, as colleague was just saying, that maybe digital literacy is not the term to use anymore. Exactly for that reason, because we perceive young people as being so savvy, like in technology, but it's not always the case. And I think we need to really pay attention to this. I want to mention one more initiative. I've been a part of European Democracy Youth Network as a president quite until recently. And it's really great regional initiative that brings together more than 700 members from Central Europe, So it's countries of Visegrad Group, then also Baltics, Western Balkans, and Eastern Europe, Eastern Partnership. So Ukraine, and we have Azerbaijan, Georgia as well. And the main goal of this organization is to really bring young people who have different political views, different perspectives together to do some projects. It's when they are working together, they also get to know each other and getting out of their bubbles, right? So anyone who would want to join this organization, just a little bit of a promotion here. But yes, so there are 23 different chapters in Europe all over, and they have local action, but also regional as well, when they come together for conferences, capacity building. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Feel free to join this initiative, of course. It sounds really, really interesting. And just to end this round of questions and give the floor to the audience, I would like each one of you to share with all of us one thought, one opinion, one reflection about the optimism we should have on the future for the democracy we want to see, but not losing sight of the urgency and the kind of feeling of the problems we're facing each and every day, like, and to be more even resuming everything you've been saying here, like how can we make true the commonly known phrase that says, think globally but act locally? One thought, each one of you. I start you.
Yeah, no, everyone was waiting for me to speak. I will try and answer that. Okay, I'm going to try and be more positive. I do think we're not giving digitalization its due. I think we need to realize also the amount of opportunity it has brought to not just young people, but to every single demographic. I mean, I'm thinking of it during the COVID lockdown. Without Zoom, most people would be like very, very lonely. And I know for myself, when I was speaking on Zoom every evening with friends and family, that actually did help, right? So to some extent, tech and digitalization has helped a lot to create different social connections. That's what the term social media comes from now, of course. It's a double-edged sword. So we all know, I think there's this kind of joke that, what was it? Asia brings the production, US the technology, and EU the regulation, right? And the EU is bringing a lot, it's more of a reactionary body to the extent that we are trying to regulate. Why? Because our democracies are that tightly knit within EU member states. But then, of course, you can have differences between member states in itself, but I do think we have achieved to a state where if we can get 27 countries to agree on regulations for artificial intelligence being that new, I think that is a great milestone for general democracy around the world, and I think that can be some good use cases to actually even replicate in other countries, as I've been seeing some different kinds of coalitions going on in ASEAN, for instance, that they're really trying to replicate some different initiatives that has been going at the European Union level. I do think tech and general whole can be used for good in a very general sense. But then again, we need to be careful also how it's being used. So I guess that's where regulations can come in and governments can come together and civil society, of course, and look for a way to not let it get out of hand, let's put it that way, and not regulate it to impede innovation, but try and make those two both together. Sometimes people think they're contradictory. If you want to innovate, you can't regulate. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think we can still innovate in AI with still preserving the rights of specific people while using those technologies. So I will leave it there. I think there's a lot of opportunity, and we have just started even really exploring what artificial intelligence can do. I know Spain wants to reduce the amount of working hours per week. Maybe artificial intelligence can help to do that, right? I think it can really advance lots of different things in the labor market, in citizen engagement, in research, in education. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity there. So let's not all see it as all bad and the robots are going to come and eat us in a few months, but let's actually do look at the opportunity behind tech and AI. And I think that for me is just positive enough to at least keep going and see where it takes us.
Doreen?
Okay, we're going.
Yeah, we can go in this way.
That makes sense. I would say that not to lose the hope for democracy, it needs to deliver for young people. First of all, economically. if we're speaking especially about the regions that are less developed than Europe, I think it's of huge importance just to even have them understand the importance of values and really be the change in the future. They need to be able to live on a daily basis without thinking what to eat or where to sleep, right? So that's one of the points I wanted to make. Then also strengthening democracy domestically and really communicating about how it changes the lives of young people. So it's a really job by politicians, first of all, but also civil society as well. I think in countries that have been historically democracies for a long time, we have really young people less and less believing in these values or why it is really important. And in contradiction to this, we have the Central and Eastern Europe perhaps, when we like, in my country, we know what it means not to have these values, not to have freedoms, and that's why people just care so much. So I think bridging that gap is important as well. So communicating about why democracy is important and what it actually means on a daily basis.
Maybe I'll just reiterate what they said. I think, as with everything, the question is at nuance and balance, and we kind of are, in the recent years, in Europe and globally, losing the ability to understand the importance of nuance and balance, and everything is polarized. And I think that what Darina said, like having examples that are visible, that people can actually understand, are the things that help bridge those gaps, because we are talking about something abstract, like and the values are really abstract things. And if you have an example, and from the media standpoint or technological standpoint, there are things that empower us, sorry for the term, to actually show those examples. But again, we need to balance it with understanding the needs of the youth and the needs of the society, and to send the message in the right way to reach the biggest audience should be the goal for the institutions, be it through regulation or allowing the technology to thrive, or institutions to do their job. I think we have kind of lost ability to search for the balance in things, and especially in Europe in the past 8 years maybe. And I think we should try to find the nuance in because everything is exclusive nowadays. It's either this or that, and if we move more towards the middle, I think we will then both address the problems of this time and probably for the future, if the decision makers are actually thinking about the future. Yeah.
So for me, well, I'm coming from the youth department of the city council, so I'm thinking locally and acting locally, sorry. But my positive message, I think it's that what it has been talked before, no? Of course, young people care about things, and the only thing you have to do is to find them and speak their language and get closer to them. And there you will find the participation and democracy at local level, but which is really, really important. It is.
Well, thank you very much, all of you. And now, if you have any question or opinion to share.
Hello, my name is Pamela. I'm director of the Coopera Mundo. Thank you so much for panel. It's very interesting. My question in Spanish for desde vuestras organizaciones, ¿qué estáis haciendo para implementar el talento de las personas jóvenes con discapacidad? ¿Tenéis algún programa específico? ¿Cómo generas ese engagement con los jóvenes con discapacidad?
Excuse me, if it's a question to me, I don't understand French.
I prefer that we have 2-3 questions, and after that we all go. Okay. Well, she was asking about your initiatives of each one of your organizations, but that specifically for disabled people, well, young people.
Hi, my name is Tai, and I'm a boomer. It's like, but and maybe it's related to your question about disabilities. And as a boomer, that I'm caring about democracy values, and I'm taking part of different. It's okay. I'm taking part of different events and spaces that we talk about democratic innovation. There is something that maybe I would ask you as young people, and because in my age, I think we are failing on who is participating in these spaces. No, it's not everyone. Sometimes it's really white, it's really well educated. It's people that can speak in English, have special codes of communications and so on. And it's not easy for everyone, no, to be involved in there. No? So I have the hope that it's changing, no, in other circles. It's not my age, so I'm just asking you how it's, if you are more racialized communities, low-income communities, much more involved in this, in your organizations, or what are the challenges? And so, and I know it's difficult and it's hard, but it's just to have this, encourage this conversation. No? Thank you.
Well, it feels a bit weird now because questions have gone in another direction, and I was going back at the beginning. Mainly because perhaps there are reflections you can iterate upon. But there were two things that struck me and concerned me that were said. The first one was about these checklists on future-proofing policy making. And I was wondering, well, that's something we've done for some time on so many topics. And here we are. So isn't it dangerous now to bring youth into it again and just say, okay, we can treat youth as another checklist and just check the list, check the crosses, it's done. We don't really have to think beyond that on future-proofing our legislation and our policy making. So that's something that I felt it was a bit dangerous, because I think we have to think on the future as something far more integral when we do stuff or when we think about stuff, not just on certain requirements. And the second one was on youth not being engaged or not worrying about their local environment. And I think this is so untrue. They care a lot. They are just not activated to enact on this care they have. But when you have even small experiments, we were working in a high school recently on sustainability, on a project on sustainability. And I remember at the first day, yeah, they were like, why do we want to do that? But after a few weeks in, they were the ones proposing actions to change how the high school could manage waste, because they cared. And they even went to other classes and explained the problems and were like, this is a matter of concern to all of us because it will make our environment, this place where we are, this place where we interact, even our municipality, because there was a part in the high school, a part in the municipality, better for us. So to me, that's a great care for the local place. And they might be connected globally, but they still have this care. They just need to be, we just need to be activated sometimes.
There is one more, but I don't know if you want to.
There's one more. Reply. If you like, we take as well that.
Yeah, take the last one. Yeah.
Vale.
Hello, my name is Ana Revuelta. I will intervene later as representative of the ONCA coalition, but I have a very concrete question now to you. So as experts in youth, or on youth, how do you think that youth are equipped to distinguish real versus fake or information or misinformation, and what are you doing or what can we do? Because this is a concern I have. So not only for youth, but like, how do you think that youth are equipped in this sense right now?
Yeah, if I can just answer on the reflection about the engaged youth, that was exactly what I was trying to articulate. So I'm not saying that youth are not concerned about their most local environments, but they, at least from what we have back in Western Balkans, do not believe that there is a possibility of change because of the local decision makers are not influenced by their action. And exactly as you said, until the point you actually activate them, they, as you just said, the first impulse is, why would I care? And that's why it's easy to translate on global communication. Like, I can't really change something locally, and then I can communicate globally so it doesn't really touch. I'm not saying that that's absolute truth, and I'm not saying that's the best thing. I also think you should start local, but it's not on the youth, it's not youth's prerogative to activate itself. Usually it's impossible. So if you have a program and you have an initiative, of course you're going to have people that care about their surroundings or environment or local economy or whatever. But until you provide some space to activate, it's much easier to be, let's say, globally communicated. So you're completely right. Like, if we manage to activate people, it would do great. I'm speaking more from media perspective, where in my country and in many countries, local reporting is non-existent anymore. The local media are dying. And if you don't have information, and if you don't have a platform where you can see the positive examples, for instance, if we had a program similar to that in my neighborhood, I wouldn't know about it because I wouldn't have a local paper to tell me about it and then multiplicate it by sending the message to some other unactivated youth that would be activated. So you're completely right. It's just a matter of, like, are there spaces to enable people to do what they actually want to do?
Thank you. I would want to respond to your questions, actually, to both of them, or try to do that. Well, youth is not a homogeneous group, right? And when we're speaking right now about young people, we're quite generalizing, but as every other generation, right? They do have differences in their political opinions, backgrounds, cultures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I want to say that there is progress being done, or at least I see it in an international stage with programs right now that are really trying also to target and think about those who are the fathers behind, right? As UN says, like, leave no one behind in the Sustainable Development Agenda of 2030. So with representation when it comes to the regional representation or perhaps representation of minorities, people, young people with disability, etc., there is more and more attention to this, really, and in our platform that we are building, that's what we want to make sure that that also young people with disabilities, with different ones, can access this platform and use it as others, really. Yeah.
I'm going to reply briefly to the three questions. To the first one, in terms of including people with disabilities, we do have in our General Assemblies, for instance, sign language interpretation. We have wheelchair accessible spaces that we always try to use. We have always subtitles put in for our online conferences. Again, you can't define, just even within disabilities themselves, there are so many different impairments. So tailoring that is quite complicated. But as a general whole, I do think we're doing our utmost best to at least include the people. We have a Union of Deaf Youth, or as in our membership, we also provide sign language interpretation for that. When it comes to disadvantaged minorities, that was also the question. Within our network, we have rural youth, we have Muslim youth, we have Roma youth organizations. So again, we do try to display that young people is not a homogeneous group, and there are different demographics within young people itself, and there are international networks and organizations representing them. So they're the ones really bringing up the content of their issues from within their own networks of these organizations to the European Youth Forum as a whole. So we do have those internal structures that do assure that every single organization has the same vote, has the same time to speak. Also when it comes to gender representation, we've also been pushing to have more 50-50 in terms of representation between men and women in our general assemblies, for instance. So I do believe we have been advancing to quite some extent, and yeah, but again, we have 100 and something organizations, and we do have organizations representing, I think, every subtract of youth organizations that you can find, at least in continental Europe. Answering when it comes to the youth check, that is a European Commission title. We call it the youth test. And it's not a future-proofing tool, it's a risk and assessment mitigation tool. So essentially let's say for instance you want to put a new legislation on housing. Politicians, or at least not that I'm aware of, they don't check how can this affect young people specifically with this specific piece of legislation when it comes to housing, maybe putting a top-up. Maybe young people don't even have the access to the housing, so how can you make this piece of legislation also include access to housing to young people? Just to give an example, and very abstract one, but that was really the idea. So it's to see the risks that a piece of legislation may have, and then provide mitigation efforts. The term youth check was just the term that the European Commission is using for their initiative. Our whole tool is called the youth test, which is I'm guessing their way of implementing isn't going to be as thorough as ours, but again, I don't know. We need to see when it actually comes to fruition. But that's the way they call it. So it's not, so maybe I'm misexplaining it. It wasn't like, let's have a checkbox. Oh, are youth spoken about? Yes, no. It's like, it's going to be a whole assessment of the legislation itself, legal assessment, and social assessment, and cultural assessment even, political assessment, quite thorough, and then offer mitigation efforts for that piece of legislation, for decision makers to use, whether it's at local level. I know Banja Luka was also trying it on a municipal level. So it can be used on national, local, regional, or even international pieces of legislation. As comes to media literacy, which again, I'm with you. I'm not a big fan of the term, because media can be everything, exactly. It can be a newspaper, it can be a phone, it can be what you hear, it can be what we're speaking about right now, right? Again, it's all communication channels that we use daily. I think this is why non-formal education specifically is quite important in this. So the way I started in civil society was I was a scout leader, and I saw that with the kids that I don't want to say training, anyway, that I was engaging in non-formal education methodologies with. They did have a more critical way of seeing things, because we used to play lots of games. You had a clue here, you had a piece of information there. The other scout groups would try to tell you lies and tell you, yeah, you have to go there. And then I know that again, I'm not a psychologist or a child psychologist, I was just implementing the trainings myself and the methodologies, but I did see they had this different way of viewing at things, and they were not just more open to ideas, but also more critical about those ideas that they kept hearing. And not to get too much into the non-formal education and formal education methodologies, I do think that maybe where the collaboration between schools and NGOs and youth work can actually come to fruition. That's at least my experience. I think we need to see a bit what kind of curriculums we can actually implement in schools when it comes to critical thinking. I had it at university, for instance, but not everyone goes to the law in Belgium. So again, we need to see how we can implement that in the curriculums. My answer, honestly, is scout movements, non-formal education. I think those kind of more non-formal educational methodologies are quite effective, at least from my experience. So I like to see that a bit more in youth.
If I can add, just IREX has a program that's called Learn to Discern, and it's working in many countries from Ukraine to Serbia to United States, and it actually does that mixing of non-formal with formal education, where there is a non-formal curriculum that is approved in each country, and in some countries it's even accredited and then somehow streamlined into formal education. And I think that the mix of those actually helps if you have the more interested people come to you to receive it, and then the ones that have less interest actually have it partially imposed on you by formal education. I think that's to answer the question, is youth equipped to recognize misinformation? I don't think they're more or less equipped than any other demographic, because it depends on various things. I think and that comes back to one of my previous answers, I think people need to understand how information flows and how media operate and what are the revenue streams and incentives to those who disseminate information, not just the evil people that disseminate misinformation, but those who allow any kind of information to propagate the public spaces. I think that's where the critical thinking actually starts. So we need to equip people to understand how flows, technological or media or mouth-to-mouth actually works, and then they can start challenging the information rather than trying to impose like this information is bad for you, because that also comes into, it's not basically critical thinking, it's putting a badge on information, and that kind of counter-interacts with the ability to critically think. So again, I think in many cases youth are more equipped to do it because of the savviness in technology and understanding how social networks work. And the recent research actually, as I said, showed that they are skeptical about algorithms providing them the news feeds, but at the same time they're as skeptical, I think, as editors and journalists providing them news. So there is like an inkling but I think it's a wrong thing to, as Darina said, we are talking about youth as a singular thing. It's not. There are many varieties in youth.
I just want to piggyback on the challenge. I thought of something very practical because I know we will be also further recommendations to send. And for example, representation of people, young people from Africa. We just see so many challenges all the time with visa processes. We're not able to invite as many or as timely and as fast as we would like to, for example, to participate in international conferences, etc., in those democratic places, right? I think this is an important message to take a further look at that.
Well, I think we're short in time. I wanted to ask those two questions maybe. In my process in the Youth Forum Barcelona, we didn't invite people, like general people, to come to us. We made different rows from the list of registration lists of the city council, so taking into account different parameters. And there is where we found all the spectrum of plurality of the society in Barcelona. It came, and actually one more thing we care a lot is that maybe people with less economic resources would not like to come and stay with us for 6 months, all the weekends or so. So they had an income, very short, but it was like €9 per hour, I guess. And we had also children care in case anyone needed. So if you try to find all the diversity in disability speaking or different cultures and origins, I think we did it quite well in this sense. Obviously, it's more easy, I think, for us because it's at local level. No, it's not like a call open to the world. But well, and I want to thank him because he said the word activate young people, and I think it's the exact word we need.
Well, thank you very much for being here and for sharing with us all of your experiences and thoughts, and all of you in the audience here in this room and also streaming for your attention. I will ask for you a huge applause for these amazing speakers. Thank you. And that's a wrap.
Just for just for you to know the next steps. Now we are stopping for a break. We have the lunch here. In 1 hour and 15 minutes, so in 2:30, we'll resume with the second panel. will connect again in streaming. And I'm excited. My ball pen is burning. I cannot stop taking bright ideas, bright reflections. So I think we are keeping the level that we expected. Now the challenge is going to be how to wrap up with this in some ideas to continue the process and to make proposals. But well, congratulations to all of you, and see you in a while. Thank you.
second part of the forum, and welcome to this panel. It's called Narratives of Democracy in Europe, the values, conceptions, and practices we need for the democracy that we want. My name is Thais Panik, and I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Political Watch, and I'm super excited to be here with this amazing panel. And before we start the conversations, maybe I'm going to do a really brief introduction to the panel and the topic that we are going to be discussing today. So, the state of democracy in Europe varies from country to country because Europe it's diverse and it's plural. But maybe we could all agree that we are facing some common challenges in our region. Just to mention some of them, it's the erosion of our institutions, the political disaffection, and the mistrust. Maybe I will say now that unhealthy mistrust, taking the words of Jordi this morning, and the mistrust in our politicians, no? And the extreme polarization and the disinformation, the rise on the inequality and racism, and also the difficulty of funding common positions to face a climate emergency or even to defend our fundamental rights in Europe and beyond our borders. And of course, the rise of the extreme right in Europe. With this context, we could feel a little bit overwhelming and maybe thinking that we are living the most depressing moment of our democracies. But today, I would like to extend an invitation to all of you to try to change our mindsets and try to imagine the democracies that we would like to have in our countries and in our region. I'm fully aware that this is a really, really difficult and hard task, but maybe because one of the things that we need to be aware is that the most mainstream thinking when we think about futures is dystopian. It's a negative future. It's like a catastrophe. Or maybe it's in the other side of the coin. It's like this technosolutionism, that thinks that technology is going to save us, and it's not. And so the possibility of imagining futures in which collective experimentation and social organizations are driven by the general interest and the common goods seems to have disappeared. And this is a problem. It's a really, really big problem, no? Because with the absence of these imaginaries of positive and the purpose of imagining the hope, then, because we need to think that hope is the most powerful driver for political and social change. And with this positive thinking of the future, it's a really fertile growth for the extreme right to grow, and this it's a really, really, really challenging and problem, no? But I want to say something positive too, otherwise it's going to be a really hard conversation. And the positive thing is the trends are changing, and we start to see some initiatives and some people working from academy, from grassroots, from cultural and artistic spaces, thinking how to design and working on positive futures for all of us. And maybe I want to say too that and it's not something new, but democracies can no longer be taken for granted, and we need to defend it, and we need to improve them. And while we reflect on how to renew our institutions in this kind of forums, in seminars, conferences, international events, and so on, we need to pay attention that all these reflections are based or growth in people's life experience. This is super important. And maybe the last but not least is that it's important to discuss about the what and the hows, but also about who is discussing, who is in these spaces and who is not. Who are the people that are discussing and reflecting on democratic innovations? And this is an open question too, no? Today with this panel, we just want to open a dialogue and a collective reflection with all of you to think about how we can start creating and imagining the democracy that we want, no? Because it's always easier to think in negative ways and always think about the challenges, no? That I don't know, remember who was saying it before, no? We always talk about challenges, but there are also opportunities. So this is an invitation to discuss about it. That's why we have invited 3 amazing speakers with different backgrounds, different experiences and practices, just to start out this conversation, no? We don't expect that they are going to have the recipe and all the solutions for all of this. It's not. It's just to share your views and your visions and opinions and to start exchanging some opinions, no? So let me introduce them. Miriam. Miriam Juan Torres is a multidisciplinary social scientist with expertise on polarization, authoritarian populism, conflicts, and human rights. She currently works as the head of Research and Democracy Belonging Forum. Welcome. Then we are going to have Artan Islama. He's the head of campaigning at Operation Libero, founded in 2014. And Operation Libero is a Swiss civil society organization working to preserve and advance liberal democracy by campaigning and advocating for an open, progressive, and just Swiss society. And then we are going to have Jean Ferrey-Picot. He's a fellow of the International Youth Think Tank, and it's a think tank which youth take the lead for empowerment and democracy innovation. He is also a member of the government of Catalonia's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change Action. And recently, he co-established the Institute for the Future. It's the Catalan Institute for the Future, a laboratory for projects on future design. Okay, we have prepared a question for each of you, and then we'll have a common question for. So, Miriam, beyond the cultural differences between the European countries, it cannot be denied that the narratives linked to the hate and fear have become widespread at the regional level. What similarities do you find in the processes of polarization that are taking place in various European countries? What can we learn? And what should we be aware of based on the experience of the countries that have been radicalized more quickly? Thank you.
Thank you. Is this working? Just wanted to make sure. Hi, everyone. First of all, I wanted to thank the organizers for inviting me and for putting together this event. I also want to recognize that we all had lunch very recently, and it's kind of hard to have a session and a panel and listen to people for an hour and a half talk about democracy, right, as we are digesting. So I'm trying to do my best and bring the energy to the room. But I guess, like, we were talking a little bit about the positive. Obviously, if I'm going to be talking about polarization, authoritarian populism, perhaps we'll get to the positives in a little bit, because obviously we are in really hard times. And we've talked a lot of things. I'm going to try to not repeat myself based on what has been said before, but also trying to think about polarization and the rise of authoritarian populism, which has come up before. I guess the first question that I would have is, like, how many people here, by show of hands, is absolutely certain about what polarization is? One? Well, I am not certain either, and I've spent my career doing this, and that's a really good question. How about who would put their hands on the fire and say, like, this is what democracy is? Okay, so I'll come to you later. But I'll start there. I'll start with polarization. So polarization has become a very popular word. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was chosen, but I am not exactly whom, as the word of the year in Spain last year. So we've been tossing around the word polarization for the past few years, particularly since Brexit, but not only. And when we can talk about polarizations, we can have, like, many imaginaries of what polarization is like. We can think about polarization across, like, issue-based polarization, as we talk about. Like, there is one particular issue. It could be abortion, LGBT rights, migration, and there's very polarized view in societies. Usually, when we talk about polarization in the way that we are most concerned about, we talk about something called affective polarization. which is that us versus them, that creation of an in-group identity, and you strongly identify with a particular group, and then hate for another group that we call the out-group. This is what's usually used as a definition of polarization in academia, but others also talk about polarization as a hyper problem, as a problem that makes solving any other collective challenge much, much harder. If we think about this affective polarization as a hyper problem, we can think about the difficulty of achieving consensus, of compromise in any political process, which is part and parcel of what democracy is. But we also need to think about whether polarization is really a state, a given, as things are, or how we got to that polarized state. You're asking about commonalities and trends across countries. And in my previous job, I worked for an organization called More in Common. And when we looked at was at public opinion, and we were trying to see whether public opinion society was really polarized. And we saw a variety of things. We started by looking at it in the US, which is the paradigm of what a polarized society is. And I guess I should start with a caveat already, like most of the research that we have on polarization comes from the United States, and there's huge methodological issues that we could have when we're talking about polarization. But we saw a variety of things. There are political identities that are becoming more entrenched, and that us versus them is more and more about like what are your political views, and then that manifests along a variety of other issues as well. It is true that there was a lot of elite polarization, and that's one of the commonalities that we see in a lot of the countries, whether it's the US or whether we're talking about European countries, that we see that those political elites, but also those that are more politically active, are actually more and more polarized. And we did a study, for example, where we checked something that we call the perception gap. And we saw that Democrats had very off views of what Republicans thought, and the other way around. Republicans had very inaccurate views of what Democrats thought. But what we saw as well is that the more education Democrats had, the more inaccurate their beliefs about the other were. So this festers a situation where it's really, really hard to face collective challenges, as we all are, be it the pandemic, be it climate, and so on, because you're thinking more about like who's sending that message, who's proposing that policy, and so on, that who is actually, that what the substance of the matter is. But that being said, we also saw that there's a lot of people in society that are not equally polarized, that are disaffected, disengaged, as is something that's come up today as well, but also that polarization can be a tool. So who polarizes? Anyone can polarize, and polarization is not necessarily a given. It can be a tendency, and there's a lot of conversation around the social psychology and how we are tribal and tend to identify with groups, and that's something that I want to tackle in the most positive side of the conversation later on. But polarization is, for example, for progressive movement, a very effective tool to mobilize the base. Polarization can have very detrimental consequences for democracy, but it can also be very effective. So we need to think about when we're raising the heat and where we're lowering the heat based on the particular issue that we may be confronting. At the same time, polarization, underscoring or nurturing divisions is also what we know as an authoritarian tactic that we've seen play out over and over and over in our society and in our history. And I guess like that's one of the areas where I think thinking about that comparative lens and the common trends that we see is super important, because we're seeing a rise of authoritarian populism or the far right. Polarizing is a very effective tool in order to achieve power for these particular movements. And we need to think about the leaders, the movements, and the subcultures, and I could speak into that. But the way in which they're polarizing is very similar across countries. It may take a national flavor, but it has a lot of commonalities. It used to be said that it was impossible to have a far-right international because the far-right authoritarian populism are so nativist and anchored in their idea of the nation state, America first, Britain first, which is actually where the slogan originated in the 70s, or many other, or the Nouvelle Droit in France. But in reality, what we're seeing is a lot of emulation and cooperation. I think it was 2018 that Steve Bannon was parading around Europe and saying, I'm going to create the movement, and I'm going to create this far-right international. And that failed, and we know that there isn't such a thing as like a very solid far-right international that cooperates in that way. But that being said, we know that there's a lot of mimicking and emulation. there's a lot, whether it's, for example, in public policy. So if you want to analyze the policies that Ron DeSantis is passing in Florida based on teaching around LGBT rights in schools, book censorship, you only need to look at Hungary, which tried those policies. Only last month, I think it was, that Hungary or Orban, the new agency called Sovereignty Protection Agency, which targets foreign funding and NGOs and so on, is a carbon copy of what Putin was doing in Russia and has done for decades as well. So there's that copying of policies. There's that cooperation as well in terms of storytelling and the narratives that get deployed across countries as well. So there's a freak out about wokeism and woke that's being deployed also to label anything that one doesn't like. So that's woke. And we only saw it as well, like I think the past week with the new environmental governance and sustainability risk indices, where it's been called woke capital as well. Even capital and private investment can be considered woke these days. We also see it with the great replacement issue, which is at the core of most of far-right movements across Europe and the United States and Canada. And also India and Tunisia, we're seeing these similar stories deployed as well. And there's also similarities a lot in terms of tactics. So, I mean, there's a lot to cover. I think I'm probably over time. I'm not sure how I'm doing. But yeah, I'll leave it here for now, and we can get back to some of this later.
I'm taking your message like, and I think it's going to be perfect to pass the floor to Artan about that polarization could be a tool to mobilize the bases and mobilize people, no? And I think it's perfect for Artan to explain a little bit more about the Operation Libero that has been characterized by the use of innovative and disruptive techniques to in the fight of against the right wings and populist narratives, no? But also for creating a strong community of people, no? So we are really curious to understand exactly how is the process right now, no, after 10 years, and maybe what are the lessons learned and how have been the work of this community and the impact that you have had, no? Because it was an amazing, some of the results of this Operation Libero. So thanks for sharing.
Can you hear me? Separate? Good. Thank you as well for the invitation. Thanks for being on this panel. So I'll just walk you guys through what Operation Libero does, how we are set up, and what our work really is. So as Ty already said, we were founded in 2014. That was after an election where the Stop Mass Migration campaign went through. A huge shock for many people, and this is why a lot of people got together, like around 50-ish people got together 2 days after, and we're like, okay, this is not gonna fly. Our vision or the potential we see in Switzerland is not to be simply defined by SVP, the Swiss populist party, which in fact is right-wing, and yeah, even Trump's AfD in some aspects. Exactly, so that was 2014. We're now celebrating our 10-year anniversary throughout the year, so leave some likes on our posts because we're happy we're still here. Yes, maybe about the actual system. So there's 6 people actually employed full-time. Then we've got a national board. They are in charge of strategy, also content, and have the expertise. So whenever we do, no, I'll get to that later. Then we have regional teams. So throughout Switzerland, mostly German-speaking part, we've got different regional teams that work together, do some local activities as well. So we touched upon that before in this forum. And there's also then teams that are actually involved in a campaign. Sometimes people overlap or are in different groups, but that's something we see as a positive thing because they get or they are rendered into bridges into the other teams. Yes, we are an NGO, we are a civic societal movement, we do political campaigning, we also are a platform for people to do activism, which is progressive and helps our vision of an open and progressive and liberal and also social and fairer Switzerland. Yes, Then, currently, there's like around 5-ish campaigns we're going through. You can divide them up in 2 groups. One is like agenda setting, which is something that came with within the last few years, 2 or 3. And before it was mostly agenda reshaping and really combating right-wing attacks. So with the agenda setting, we now got 2 initiatives. Initiatives in Switzerland are proposals that then go through Parliament after you've signed 100,000. After 100,000 people have signed on your proposal. Technically, super democratic, direct democratic tool. Really happy to have that in order to get things moving. There's also downsides to it as well, but I think we'll maybe talk about that later, although it's very specific to Switzerland, so I'm not sure how much of interest that is. So we've got 2 initiatives. One is already launched, that's Demokratieinitiative, so Initiative for Democracy. There we look at naturalization. The naturalization process in Switzerland is really up to each municipality and canton, so it's really divided up to these 26 cantons. We want a national, more fair way of naturalizing people. The amount of time should be lowered. Now it's 10 years. You have to be in the same municipality. If you leave and go to the neighboring town, the counter starts at 0 again. There's huge deficits in our democracy. And we just want it to be less random and more objective as well. We're currently on the streets now getting signatures to get this into Parliament, and then we'll see what happens. Then we're about to launch the Europa Initiative for Europe. As you may know, Switzerland is not part of the EU. It is, however, part of Europe. This is something we've been saying for 10 years. Europe has a very difficult position within Switzerland. There's lots of isolation, usually from right-wing populists that feel any part of sovereignty would be lost whenever we would normalize ties. So we want to put some pressure on there. Last Friday, actually, our parliament decided to get to the table again and talk with the EU. And I mean, you can see then reactions throughout Switzerland, mostly the right-wing party, that would call the parliament traitors or whatnot. So it's intense what kind of framings or narratives are actually perpetrated, or reiterated rather, throughout Swiss contexts. But then our alliance that is going to launch the initiative in the 2nd of April, hopefully. We've been doing it or postponing it a few times because initiatives are difficult, but again, a very cool democratic tool. And yes, then it's really go back to the streets, get as many people involved as possible. And then on the defending part, I don't want to get into too much. There's just, again, from the same party, sometimes also alliances with other middle parties, initiatives that concern the cutting of budget for media. I mean, we talked about media literacy and how important it is for democracy. We also call it the 4th column of democracy, and see any attack on that as detrimental. There's of course also big calls or initiatives for migration to be either stopped fully or stopped at a very random point, like 10 million. If Switzerland has 10 million inhabitants, then we should cut all ties with all the neighboring countries. This is something that will go to Parliament and then probably to the voters in around 1.5 to 2 years. So there's a lot of things happening. And the way that we try to combat that, or also do the agenda setting, is really go back to the community, bring in as many people as possible. And working in our campaigns or being part of our organization is connected with as less hurdles as possible. We really try and just get in touch with people through either social media, through our mailing lists, or through mouth-to-mouth propaganda. And it's interesting because you have people that are in your vicinity or have been for almost 10 years. And now we just did a climate campaign last year for the elections in May. And it was the first time we engaged in that topic because we thought it was super important to actually do something. We also won with a huge alliance, which was amazing. And that was also the first time that like some people really came into Operazione Libero and worked with us to get that across the line. So in the sense that we are super spread out thematically, it's also an advantage for people to actually come in and really pick and choose where they want to actually volunteer and do something. Yes, I mean, lots of people in this room, I assume, have already volunteered throughout their lives anyways. We all know how much it costs to actually be a volunteer, so we're always trying. And yeah, going through different systems in the sense of how do we get people to come in. And one major issue that we found was actually advantageous in getting people into Operazione Libero is just going with what we know best, which is like doing big bangs. Like we go to the public space, either very big like posters, do actions and stunts that are of course in line with our framing. Our framing sessions are usually the longest, and then we go through what kind of stunts can we do in order to really have the public eye and also the civic eye onto our actions and our political proposals. And then I'll close. I think I also am a bit over time. That one thing is important. We usually always are in contact with the community at large as well. We're community-based and funded. Like there's no big donors. Usually most of the donations come in from like 50 to 100 francs. It's about the same in euros. So it's interesting that we have this mirroring of, okay, you do this job, you make it big, you can fundraise this, and then it's usually cyclical. Like we present an idea to our community, they usually like it, also sometimes get involved and think, okay, this is where I want to intervene as well, and then we just continue throughout. Then election campaigns usually last like 3 months-ish, so that's easy. You've got everybody's attention, nationwide, on that election. And then with our initiatives, we've seen that that's much more difficult because those are 18 months. You have to really get into thinking, okay, what could be a peak? How do we keep people interested? How do we get human forces onto the streets to not just get the signatures, because that's important for them to actually do something in Parliament, but also just inform the public, because lots of our work is also just combating disinformation, which we've also touched upon before. Yes, I hope this answers most of your questions.
Yeah, a lot. And don't worry about the time. We just started on time, so we have plenty of time and so on. And if not, I will let you know. I prefer to have take your time to explain the things, and it's better sometimes to explain less things with more time, because otherwise we're always like running, no? So far, we are good.
Good.
So maybe now that we were listening to Miriam about all this research and about all this experience and really huge experience on polarization and maybe the past with art, and to have like concrete examples, no, how to work on polarization, on disinformation, and activate, no, the citizens for a cause, no, and so on. Now it's I think it's perfect moment to introduce to Jan and to think about, because sometimes. And I'm coming from human rights sector too, and democracy and so on. Sometimes we are always in this defend mode, always defending our rights, defending a cause, defending something, no? And sometimes we don't have the time for the urgency, no, of the problems, to think about, okay, maybe we can start being prepared of what's coming in 10 years, in 15, in 20, no? And it's like, and sometimes we don't have the time, the resources, and the skills. Because it's not an easy thing to think about the future. That's why it's like, okay, let's have your experience and your work, no, on how to work on these designing futures, no, and also how do you think that this can help stressing democratic values with in young people and reframe, no, all these democratic conversations and work that we are trying to do. So.
I think the answer is complex, and I don't want to miss any points. But let me start by improvising now. That's perfect. No, because there are like a couple of things that came to my mind in the last few minutes, and I don't want to miss on them. The first one is, it's very interesting that you come from human rights, because I come from futures design and dive into human rights later. And whereas, as I understand, your experience is a bit the opposite, right? Coming from this fight on human rights and then feeling the need to go beyond this immediacy or this reactiveness. So I think it's very beautiful that through different paths, you can understand or feel that you have the same needs. And we can merge and find ways to complement each other and create new paths forward. And another thing I didn't want to miss is that I rejected to have one of those bottles because they are difficult to recycle as fuck. And I'm a climate activist too, so I just wanted to point that out. I know plastic looks uglier, but a PET bottle, a plastic bottle, is even easier to recycle than a brick, which it might be nonsensical, but things are this way. And as you might have seen, I am a bit dispersed, but I had my notes. I made drawings because I'm a visual thinker. And I think it would be good to begin with this idea of futures design and what it is and how it can make any sense in this whole thing about democracy. So let me use an analogy on what futures design is, because it's a bit like a matryoshka. And we have this big field, which would be like the big doll, which is social design, and it's thinking about how can we apply design methods and collaborative methods to have an impact on society and to improve its dynamics. And this comes from the idea that through design, we can not only improve products, but we can also improve services. And a few years back, when designers understood that they could also improve services, which I think is very common now when we think of apps or so many digital services, they realized that they could also improve systems. So not only the service itself, but how different services, how different products, or how different institutions even can operate. And based on this idea, they understood that if we are to imagine new ways, because design is about imagining new ways for systems to work, they needed to plan for how to go from the current state of things towards where we want to be. So they invented that thing which they call transitions design. And they realized also that if we are to transition to somewhere else, and we are using design to imagine how that somewhere else should be, we should give a name to that somewhere else. And that is what future design does. Imagine that other place we want to be at, so then we can imagine the transition towards it. And in this journey, make society a bit better, and hence the social design. And because Matryoshka is open, no? So you can open the different doors and you can see through them all, that would be an extra layer called speculative design. And the fine idea about speculative design is that not everything we design has to be very palpable or has to be rooted in current reality, but it could awaken wide and radical and wild imagination that brings us to other places, places that we are not imagining but could be possible, impossible places even, and start igniting this possibility of hope for something else that you brought before and that is so necessary. So in a sense, when we talk about features design, we are talking about some lighthouses on saying, okay, this is the coast, so this is what we envision, and this is where we could be going. Of course, we don't want to go towards the lighthouse directly. And here it comes polarization, which I think plays a crucial role in defining where the lighthouse is and how we go there. Because if we have this lighthouse and we go straight to it, we will clash against the rock. And I think this is what happens when we stick very narrowly to one vision and only to that vision, and we try to make it possible, and we don't account for anything else around us. So the idea behind it is that the future is made out of many different visions and many different dreams that very different people have. And through that combination, and through a dialogue between them, and even a negotiation on defining where we are going based on our differences, we can move towards not the lighthouse, but the harbor that it's next to it. And this is a bit the general idea. And I think then it's important also to speak about the importance of those speculations, not in just the sense of why do we want to go there, but in the needs of today and how we are living democracy today. And that is, I think, because we live in a very doomed imaginary of collapse. And that is like the main narrative we have around ourselves, like democracy is collapsing, like the climate is collapsing, social security is collapsing, we have an increasing population, old population, we have very few young people who will not be able to support this old population. So every structure we made or every dream we had as a society, or the generation of my parents had, is collapsing. And as youth, we are living in this idea of everything around us collapsing and having to survive through it. And moreover, we have that pressure of older people saying, oh, you're the ones who have to solve it. So as you can imagine, there's a bit of a pressure put on us. And it is not a very nice pressure to live. But here is where futures can play a very, very important part. And the question in bringing future into the table is asking, okay, what if instead of those horrible narratives of collapse, we try to imagine something else? We try to imagine a new model for society, a new model for participation, a new model for collaborating, for love and care that goes beyond what we are currently living. And I think COVID gave us a bit of a picture in that, because suddenly it was a great collapse. We all lived together. And we didn't expect to imagine a way out of it, but we knew after it there was going to be a world post-COVID. And a world post-COVID means a place where we've went beyond that situation. And of course there's still COVID around to some degree, but we are not living under that fear, but we are living within a new structure where we've separated this challenge we had. And I think this is very powerful when talking about those futures and its possibility, and thinking about that after. Also, I think it can be a great way to deal with the low natality we are having, the hedonism, the lack of activation that appeared before in youth, and therefore bring in or appraise political engagement. So what are the alternatives? I actually don't know. But I do have one answer I would like to provide based on a conversation we had yesterday. And Artan gave us the example of how in Switzerland they had some votations, right, or consultations, I think, on some measures that I think for all of us would be labeled as progressive. And and people rejected them massively in elections. Well, not massively, but some of them were rejected. Of course, yeah. And I think this is like what I said to him is, this is a great example of how democracy can go wrong. And many times we're talking about democracy and the power we are giving to people, but democracy can go very, very, very wrong if we are not creating the conditions for it. And my question to you, which, yeah, might be a bit of unpopular to some degree, but I would ask, what sense does it make to give power to the people if they are not capable of imagining something else than what currently exists? Why would we want them to make different decisions than the decisions that are already made? And to make that happen, we really have to provide with those alternative frameworks, and we have to empower them to imagine those alternative frameworks that completely transgress the current structures we have. And I think this is where we have the power of imagination and dreaming, and especially with youth, who they are amazing, creative people if this creativity is well educated and incentivized from a young age, and they are guided through those processes. So I hope that answered a bit.
Okay. Maybe we are going to apply maybe some responses to your provocation. No? I think it's a lively conversation. And thinking about this, no, and the lack of imagination and how to build these desirable or future, positive futures and so on. And with this absence of shared vision of positive futures and the landscape that we have now, that fear, insecurity, it's like hate and so on, it's really easy for some people to embrace some easy discourses, no? Some like dichotomic. So how do you think that democratic frameworks and values centers of hope and illusion can be generated? And it could seem a little bit naive question, and I think it's not. It's quite hard question. So just sharing a little bit of what your thoughts and your opinions on this. If you want to start, Miriam.
I'll go first. Okay. I'm also reflecting on a lot of things that have been mentioned throughout the panel already. And I really like the idea of the lighthouse. But as you were saying, I think there is an element of like we all go again, like we go to the lighthouse, we can crash on it. There's also the reality that like what the future should look like, there's definitely no agreement on it, right? Some of knowing that we are maybe in an interregnum in that period of transition, like some things are rupturing, and yet I'm not sure we can go back and we cannot agree on what the future would be. And you were mentioning the doom imaginary of collapse. And I think there's a lot of reasons to be fearful, and there's a lot of reasons to feel the anger, and there's a lot of reasons to be scared. From the vast amounts of inequality that we're facing, the cost of living crisis, inflation, the levels of child poverty in Spain, in the UK, across Europe, to the fact that the Mediterranean is the deadliest migratory route in the world, with the thousands and thousands of people that are dying, and the response of the European Union. You didn't even need the far right to capture the institutions, because you have like a consensus now where the migratory policy of the European Union is to securitize, externalize, make agreements with authoritarian regimes so that like brown, black, people who are not white don't set foot on this country. And there is reason to be fearful, right? Like if we think about like, I think that for some time we've been tiptoeing, or like it's not so bad, or like there's niche and so on, and then like many people were surprised in, was it January, when Corrective broke the news of that meeting of the Alternative für Deutschland and others in Germany, speaking not only of like how they will combat immigration, but like how they will re-immigrate non-integrated German citizens. That is, let's keep Europe wide, right? Like there is a lot of reasons to be scared. I think there's reasons to be scared for all. So acknowledging that, and then acknowledging the reality as well that like anxiety, fear, disgust, are very powerful emotions. And even when the threat is not real, and there are many real threats, you can create symbolic threats. And that's what authoritarian populists are banking on and doing very, very successfully. So you just need to make a group feel like you are, like, and that's what I was referring to as the us versus them, or the polarization, like, you belong to this group and you are under threat, and I will protect you, and I will provide answers, and I will go back to what we knew, and I will provide safety. The threat perception that can be nurtured can be exploited. We also know, and there's a plethora of evidence from social psychology as well, is that we are in rapid times of change, and not all humans are equally equipped to deal with the vast amount of change that we're facing. We all have different cognitive needs, and I always bring up my grandma, and thankfully she doesn't understand English, so it's fine. But like, my grandma lives here in Barcelona, in a very, very safe area. And she has a very low threshold of threat perception. So she goes down the street in her very safe street of Sant Gervasi, and she thinks she's gonna get robbed every single day of her life. I, on the other hand, have done very stupid things in countries when I was broke as fuck as a student. And then I'm like, oh my God, like because my threat perception is different. This is just like how we're wired. There's an element of like nurture, there's an element of biology, this is how we're wired. Her fears are far more exploitable, but her cognitive need for stability, for oneness, for sameness is different. So as a society, like, we need to ensure that we are providing or designing systems as well that can cater to the needs that different people have. Cognitive needs as well, because our societies are changing. We need to imagine something else. That's true. And I think, like, I love the transition design element of it, because we are in a crisis of belonging. And the far right is providing a sense of belonging to many people that are feeling they're not on solid ground. But then we are also in a reality that democracy has failed a lot of people for a very long time. It's been very, very comfortable in states that have like small minorities to say democracy is wonderful. But like, I don't know, I asked some of my colleagues here, like, we were talking about to Maysoon about like the lack of cemeteries for the Muslim population in Spain. Is democracy delivering for Spanish Muslims? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So what do we do with the idea of democracy? And that's also why I was asking, what do we mean by democracy, right? We can think of a minimal definition of democracy where there are free and fair elections. Or we can think about a democracy that is a liberal democracy that also ensures that there are certain liberties. And that would include freedom of the press, free and fair elections, freedom of expression, and so on. And that could be enough, but then what do we do with situations like Hungary, where there's majoritarianism and there's a very strong majority of the population that in free and fair elections supports an authoritarian populist that says, I don't believe in liberal democracy, I believe in Christian democracy or a liberal democracy. And of course, like, there's a control of the press now, there's like a monopoly in the press, persecution of the opposition, a very slow degradation of democratic institutions that are in the first place. They were already failing a lot of people, right? I worked, as I was saying, at the Othering and Belonging Institute, and we focus on structural marginality. And the institute used to be called the Has Institute, and we went through a rebrand, and we were going to call it the Belonging Institute. But people from marginalized communities were like, no, you need to keep the word othering in the name of your institute. Because we can think of like individual prejudice, but we live in systems that perpetuate and have this embedded inequality within them. So you need to keep the othering, but also we need to think about belonging. And that's the other element that I wanted to do that. It is completely true that we have a crisis of imagination. And I will be the first one to say that I really deeply struggle a lot of the time to think like, how do we get out of this, or how do we create something new? And with the rise of authoritarian populism, I struggle. But then I was talking to someone the other day and they were like, things are gonna get worse. Things are gonna get really, really, really bad. And if we look across the world, like, the elections in Russia are not real elections. Modi is gonna win with overwhelming support. There's 200 million Muslims in India that are persecuted. Brazil, we don't know how it'll go. Europe, in the European Parliament elections, the far right is going to be third force. God knows what will happen in France in the next elections. The AfD has surpassed like what was thought of as like the 15% threshold in support. It's 20% or more. I don't even know what the UK is like, and I've lived there many, many years, and I look at it in absolute dismay. Things are gonna get bad, really, really bad, and are gonna get, like, we're not all gonna be equally impacted by it. I'm a white woman in an urban city that does well professionally, like, but at the same time, maybe what this is gonna do is purge. It's maybe like, I hope there's gonna be a backlash to the backlash, but at the same time, we also need that imaginary of what is different, and that's what belonging can provide us. Because it's not enough to say that we promote diversity, it's not enough to say that we will promote free and fair elections, but we want belonging. But what is belonging? It sounds nice, it's like feeling of, is it a subjective feeling? And that's something that we work at the Institute, and we're trying to like workshop it and collaborate with others as well. Belonging as something that includes, yes, inclusion and a seat at the table. Belonging something that provides connection. Belonging as something that provides visibility, that recognition that everyone has. But belonging as an element, a core element of belonging, agency and co-creation. So that we all have a seat at the table. John Powell, the director of our institute, always say, like, this is not about like a society where a few are at the table and allow others and invite them and include them and I include you. No, like this is a whole team effort in which we are all envisioning collectively the future of our societies. And that, to do that, and am I still doing well on time? Because I can keep
No. I was trying to look at your eyes like,
yeah.
But it wasn't
I'll
working.
leave it with two things. My program is called the Democracy and Belonging Program. It is a transatlantic network of people who work in the civic space, academia, business, and are committed to the idea of belonging. And they work either in the democracy or polarization space or in the social justice space. And the reason why we created the Democracy and Belonging Forum are varied. Part of it is because we know that there's this loose infrastructure on the far right that shares experiences, that collaborates, and we want to provide a convening space for people to also share their experiences and connect. But also because we see a lot of breaking and a lot of moral purity in social movements, in progressive spaces, in democracy spaces, and so on. So we want to promote the practice of bridging, which is something that we have a lot of expertise in and that we think is going to be key as well to build the democracies of belonging. I'll leave it here, and then if there's questions,
Thank
there's
you.
more.
I actually want to pick up on two sentiments, that of belonging and that of anger. Because, I mean, yeah, we had elections in 2023 in October. The projections were clear. The right-wing party that has been in parliament, the biggest force in parliament since the 90s, is slowly but surely getting back to its peak, like a few percent away from it. And yeah, we really tried to capture then, I mean, at the same evening, this sentiment that was what initially started Operazione Libero, but also just the way we want to move forward. It's like, this is the time. We've been here for 10 years. We see how it's cyclic. Like the Swiss party brings in initiatives that they've brought through, and we've already like defended a few years ago. Like really try and yeah, also showcase that anger is a motivational force that within a democratic society should be used to actually do change. And then with belonging, I mean, I'm just thinking of our initiative for democracy, where 1/4 of the population in Switzerland is excluded from democratic processes because they aren't Swiss yet. And then people on the right would say getting the citizenship and then partaking in processes would be like the cherry on top after you've shown that you're Swiss enough and gone through this super shitty and super discriminatory and random process. And here just comes into play the way that we frame our initiative and the way that we respond to the super simplified narratives and framings from the right side. I mean, first thing is you have to have a well-structured and well-researched initiative and paroles, but then breaking them down is super important, because the simplified version you can't just combat with something super complex that like nobody understands really. And yeah, it's just a thing of a belonging here, is showing people, okay, you've been in Switzerland, doesn't matter how long you have, you're part of the society, and we see you being part of it through citizenship, making it easier, and this is how you can actually then also partake in democratic processes. But we also mentioned, and that's also very important, you can already, and it's not as satisfactory as other things, be part of the democracy, even if you're not a citizen. I mean, you can go and have signatures, or like collect signatures. You can partake in different organizations like ours. Like, this is something that we have to stress all the time, because the narrative from right wing till middle usually is one of, yeah, you don't belong. So I think that organizations such as ours really have the task to, within this democratic system, we're not quite out of there yet, I don't know what follows, but within the system that we have, use it as much as we can to really bring people in. Because, I mean, throughout Europe, I think throughout the West generally, the participation rate is super low usually through elections. I think that's generally a problem lots of countries face. But there's peaks sometimes, and I think we just kind of have to find out why people actually go to the polls and actually vote, and try to not do this in a populist way, because it can't be the future of just riling people up left and right, and that's why it comes into the showdown at the actual voting stations. So yeah.
Okay. San, do you want to share your views?
No, I love that this conversation went towards belonging. But I wanted to first acknowledge we do indeed have many reasons to be fearful. I totally agree with that. And we should use it.
Yeah.
And I think here, though, there is something very important, though, we have to acknowledge also, and is that we have to distinguish well between fear and anger. Because fear is a kind of, I wouldn't say it's an activator, but it's a way to notice and understand all of that that's coming over us and which might impact us. And anger is, I'd say, our reaction to that. As in, we get angry to that happening us, but the anger part, I feel, it's very necessary because it's the activator. Anger is energetic, whereas fear is far more passive. So I really believe that once we get to understand the fear and transform it into anger, then we have all that energy that we can put into transforming that anger into new imaginaries or actions towards something else. And I see, at least on my generation, many of my friends in this point between the two, as in I might get angry for some stuff, but for most of the things that are global, I just stay with the fear, but don't transform that into an anger. And then I think we need those external activators. And part of the external activators, and one thing that you just mentioned, and I think it also goes back to, I'm not sure if the last or the panel before us, or the first one in the morning, was this idea of we really need to visualize action being made and current structures in place that can be used to. So it's very nice to think about the future and what there could be, but most of our society is living in a lack of knowledge on current structures and how they can use them too. So I think that rebranding that, or looking for a way to communicate and engage from the let's find a comparison with the private sector, and that is service companies like Google, like Apple, like Microsoft, Meta. They are extremely good at letting us know what services they are doing for us, or at least what services they want us to know they are doing for us. Whereas the administration is not nearly as good. But they are providing so many more services that are so far more important. And I think that perhaps highlighting that or learning to communicate that is also a step, framing it within the whole transitions thing, towards allowing people to participate in different ways and care for things. Yeah, I think then we can continue with the conversation. Oh, about belonging. I had something to say about that. I haven't experienced or I haven't worked with the idea of belonging itself, but I've worked with the concept of worldviews. And worldviews are these underlying structures within our culture and how we operate as individuals. And let us understand the world in very different ways. And you brought before the traditional one versus the more progressive or social-centered one, right? And I think that's clearly a conflict of worldviews, in a sense. So bridging this belonging with the ways we think, the ways we operate, the cultural structures we build, I think it has to be part of that imagining something else. And if we are to imagine a new possibility, we have to account the different possibilities of thought within it. And not necessarily the ones we have now, but the ones we could have, which could look radically different. And that also comes with that idea of the challenge we have. We have many challenges. And one of the big promises we are facing right now is this techno-fantasy of solving them all. Yeah, I heard a philosopher say that a few days ago, and it was like, it is that. It's a techno-fantasy, not techno-optimism. It is a techno-fantasy that with technology we can solve these challenges.
One silver bullet.
Yeah. And it's like, no, even if we are thinking about features, and even if features talk about overcoming current challenges, we will face new challenges.
Yeah.
So framing possibilities in terms of what other challenges we might face and how we will be dealing with them is also very important.
So I wanted to touch on a clarification as well, because I think social scientists like myself, we have by training, habit, we always speak of left and right. And there's value in that, and I think it's a good analytical lens to understand things. But at the same time, if we're gonna build democracies of belonging, it's gonna take a broad-based movement, coalition that includes people on the left, people on the right, people who don't position themselves. And the left-right lens, like there's been a plethora of articles, like whether it's useful as an analytical lens, whether it's not. I've done comparative research and I've seen that like French and Italians don't think left-right is useful anymore, and in Spain, like people are like entrenched in those blogs, and that's how society works, and it'd be interesting to see how people feel or relate to that as well. But I do think we need broad-based movements, and that's why I also like a framework that an organization that I really admire and work with called Horizons speaks of, which is block, bridge, build. And we need to block the authoritarian populist advancements. There is a very conscious effort to keep espousing, promoting a white supremacist future for Europe, past future, like great replacement theory. We can see it how it permutates across countries, but it's deeply entrenched in the narratives of far-right and starting to percolate mainstream discourse. We need to block those advancements, block efforts to actually control the judiciary, reduce freedom of expression, monopolize the media and so on, we also need to breach, because it will be a matter of how big our coalitions are. If we're thinking about the climate movement will never have the lobbying power, the ability to mobilize, the resources to combat like big extractive corporations. It's just never gonna happen. Migration, people working in the migration space, the intersection with climate is real. The way that gender is weaponized in some places to say that like non-traditional family models are bad, or the way in which we're seeing the Christian fundamentalists mobilized so that Uganda and Ghana pass atrocious laws, but also in Hungary, or like the attempt to pass no-gay zones in Poland. Whereas in some Western European countries, you see how in order to build an argument against Islam, the far right is saying that they're protecting women, right? Like, we need broad-based coalitions of people in different movements, but people of different ideologies. And this is where other emotions also come in place, because we need joy and we need love. And any efforts over the past few years that have triumphed have been broad-based efforts, and they have incorporated the idea of love and the idea of joy. And you were saying, oh, maybe it sounds a little bit fluff. I don't think there's any emotion that anybody cares more about than love. The Gay Marriage, Same-Sex Equality Acts across the countries, it started to gain traction when it was framed as like a love effort. Not a rights issue, a love matter. The abortion campaign in Ireland, efforts in Greece to ban Golden Dawn, and so on. So we need joy, and we need to build those broad-based coalitions. And we also need to build. We need to build something, future thinking, like democracy of belonging, and one where there is a collective liberation and collective future. And that includes progressives, conservatives, that includes people who have voted for the far right, and includes many, many others. So I think like those points were worth mentioning too.
I want to pick up on that swiftly.
Really short.
Good. No, but I don't know if I stressed this enough, but I mean, we're cross-partisan. Depending on themes, we work together with different parties, different associations as well, usually in alliances, and also bringing nuances in discussions, because as we said, I mean, you've got this left-right lens, it works sometimes it's a bit hindering. Also saying, yeah, it's just this or that is also hindering, but then again, the reality sometimes, or at least in Switzerland, is that you go to the poll and then you say yes or no. So it's interesting to bring in the nuances before, but then actually kind of drive it home to like one cross or one little word that you have to write down. And then, yeah, we also had a campaign for same-sex marriage, Ehe für alle, so marriage for all. This was exactly what you said. We framed it as love is equal. We showed pictures of loving queer couples, and also positioned them like in a sort of talk with also like heteronormative couples, and that really did something different. So like positive packaging of progressive proposals and policies really is a game changer, I feel. So it's important to combat whatever comes from a more like conservative point, but then to not combat it with also being super negative, but trying and communicate like value-based, and also like put a positive spin onto it. It just grabs attention different. It moves people differently. Yeah, that was my little.
I would like to synthesize that into tools in half a minute. Okay, or less. Basically, love, joy, being able to communicate those stories. We are talking about stories, using stories as the base for the future, for the changes we want, for whatever change we are doing. And using stories in with other tools as games. Demonstrations can also be a very powerful tool in that sense. They are a place of joy and community, and we create a sense of belonging. Yeah. Although, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Summary of tools.
No, because I really wanted to save some time for the public and to have this dialogue and collective reflection. But maybe let me say just one thing. When I start to think about, okay, it's everything depressing, there are so many things that are not working, and it's like, it's really, we don't have the power, it's difficult and so on. What brings me joy, as something that like inspired me, it's the feminist movement. This is a clear example of that we are really breaking some rules, and it's that we are passing from the fear to the anger. And it's true the anger can activate things, and also and it's activating us as part of the border movement to think the future that you want, how it's going to be. What does it mean to be a feminist? What does it mean to be a feminist leadership? What does it mean to have like a feminist tech policy? What does it mean to have a feminist foreign policy and so on? So it's like, for me, it's an inspiration. It's because it's those different topics or issues that we are talking today. But now it's your turn. Let's have this lively conversation. So there is one here, another one there. Okay. Wait. Now?
No.
No, it's not working. It's important for the people that are in the streaming that can listen the questions.
Vale, yeah.
Yes.
Perdona. My name is Tien Gazioda. I'm the development director at the D-Hub now. And I won't speak about the D-Hub. I wanted to say that I agree with a lot of the things that have been raised, especially in the last part. It resonates quite a bit. But I would take issue with 3 points. Not disagree, but take issue with. First point, Hungary. Elections were free and fair in 2010. Then by the time 2014 came, I don't think as someone who was following this rather closely, you could call them free or fair, but by last year's elections, even already in 2018 and last year again, this was even said by the OSCE in its official report. So, I mean, the point still stands that you're making, but just since it's for an international audience, I think it's important to mention that Hungary slid fully, and again, by Freedom House and even some others, is treated as no longer a democracy at least, but in most cases categorized as an authoritarian system. The second point is on voter turnout, and I think there was almost a decade where voter turnout was even more of an issue. I mean, that's when there was lots of talk and discussion about apathy in general. I would say lately there is oscillation. Voter turnout wasn't great. I don't know, in Indonesia a few days ago, but voter turnout in Poland was big, and Brazil was big. So it's a much more complex story. And in Poland, indeed, as was mentioned previously, voter turnout among youth was big in a country where actually youth. Generalizing, right? But there was research that, large segments of youth held conservative, nationalist values. Now we see this new rift within youth, and the youngest of the youth, women becoming feminist, men becoming, or large segments of young men, young boys going into Andrew Tate, toxic masculinity, and a growing wedge, basically, which I think is very worrying from a polarization perspective and from a future perspective as well. The main point, I think, and this comes to the issue of, what do we mean by democracy? But it's very concrete, actually. Conditions are important. Absolutely. But do we actually believe in citizens? Do we trust citizens? So in the earlier session, it was like, as a part of democracy, citizens should have some level of healthy mistrust of authority. But do those authorities actually trust citizens? And do we trust citizens? The founding fathers in the US didn't really trust citizens. This is why representative democracy was introduced. Let's go a level deeper. They wanted citizens to, or a segment of citizens at the time later all citizens to participate in the process later, like 60s, right? But they didn't actually trust citizens.
Yeah.
So, and I think that at the core of democracy, beyond the other things that were already mentioned as definitional issues, one should add, at least as aspirational, a trust in citizens. But it does relate to conditions. Of course, if you know, we're speaking about, I don't know, I don't want to generalize now, but like some exposure, 8 hours to TikTok, maybe that's not a great thing, right? I mean, it's not a bad thing either in and of itself, but there are somehow conditions need to be created. I don't think it's education, of course, is a good thing. I don't think you need to be educated, but you need to be informed, and there needs to be a process. Last concrete example, Ireland. Ireland, a decade ago or so, right, was called for its success in democracy with a progressive outcome in terms of equal marriage and later reproductive rights, right? Like there was this whole, how was it done? There was a process, a long process that involved the parliament, that involved first some citizen assembly that was done in a very well-designed way, and then the referendum. Not in reverse, we do a spectacle and then we polarize and then we have Brexit and then we have yes or no situation. The same person, the same citizen, the same human can act in one way under one conditions and in another way in different conditions. And this is perhaps, and even in the Irish case, right, just now, you had a quite different process that was more quicker, more driven by the political parties and elites, no citizen assembly, and the outcome that you had, which is conservative, not progressive. And I do agree, by the way, that, you know, NGOs, last point, civil society groups can be progressive and, you know, do whatever they want, use different tactics in achieving a specific goal. But we might have reached a point in the struggle for democracy that we do need this big umbrella approach. And that does imply that it's not just the end goal might not be progressive values, which will be defined or constricted to a certain group of people that think the same way. We might share those views, we might not. It has to be this big umbrella approach. Yeah. And if it's the big umbrella approach, it includes some people that are conservative but believe in democracy. Right? That some people that are in the center but believe in democracy. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can pick up some questions, and I will ask you, we have time, but maybe if you can have your intervention a little bit more brief, would be much better.
Thank you. It's just really brief.
No,
no, but well, first of all, thank you for your opinions and everything you've shared with us. I think it's really enriching for all of us. But one question that remains in my brain is, whenever we want to create new forms of creating bridges between all kind of critical thought and the desire of creating something better in the future and stuff, we always, this path leads to the question that in that future, we need to remind ourselves that those who are against that future are also part of it and part of societies. And as you were saying, Miriam, before, I find it quite difficult to have in mind a context where they feel involved and part of this new space in this kind of democracy or this narrative, because they don't feel part of it from the very beginning. So how, as well, they don't want to be convinced that that is the way, because it isn't their narrative, their way of thinking. They don't feel like they want to share that new future we're talking about, because it's against their values or wherever. So it remains the the different perspectives over and over. So how can we be part of a whole new model when that whole includes part of people that don't want to be part of it? I don't know if I'm being a mess, but I find it quite difficult. So if you can share with us your opinions on that, it will be really helpful. Thank you.
Very well. Okay, maybe we take that one, and no, it's yes.
Okay, I'm Urban Strandberg, the co-founder and director of the International Youth Think Tank. So thank you for a very, very lively, very inspiring panel discussion. I have two reflections. The way you're talking about polarization is, without a doubt, detrimental for social cohesion, interpersonal trust, and eventually, I guess, institutional trust. So it's really, really serious problem. But I wonder if there is another, in a way, even more serious problem, and that is about disrespectful political behavior. I mean, when the losing party in the election is not accepting the results from the election, that is to disrespect the political order. And I think that is, well, that is something that we are, well, witnessing in different places of the world. And another version of not respecting the turnout, I mean the result from the election, is when the governments are changing the basic rule of political order, you know, the rule of law, the civil rights. I mean, that's another way of changing the rules of the game. So I think, being a political scientist myself, I'm kind of quite scared when the powerful people are changing the rules of the game. And I think it's important to keep them apart. I mean, the social aspects and the social consequences of people being polarized, that is one really serious thing. But the very radical way of behaving when you are questioning the rules, when you're bending the rules, be it the rule of law or the civil rights, because you're on the losing side. So that was kind of a comment. Anyway, and for that, having said that, I'm one of those who are kind of quite skeptical that we have too quickly bended the definition of democracy. I mean, now today we are talking about the liberal democracy. We didn't do that before. I mean, we were assuming that democracy could function in the world with civil rights and the rule of law. And then we had democracy. But now, unfortunately, I think we have a spectrum of different kind of democracy definition. I think that is a slippery slope. It's easier for autocrats like Orban to maintain that he has a democracy, even though he haven't, I think. Anyway, so, and then I have a question. If this thing about fear and anger, which are really basic psychology dimensions, I mean, go to a psychologist, they know this is the primal thing. We couldn't escape them. I mean, they are in our spines. So if that is so important for our way of relating to one another, which is kind of paving the way for polarization, would we need would that mean that we would need different ways of understanding and studying and analyzing ourselves? Would we need a different kind of political psychology or political sociology to really trying to understand and display for ourselves to understand how polarization is possible and the mechanism of polarization? Would that help, do you think, if we would specialize in social and behavioral science to understand the root causes of polarization?
Okay, just let me check, because it's like we have 5 minutes, and I want to check if there are any other questions from any women, because we have a lot of men asking questions, and I think it's so. Just asking if you want to do it, just a quick one, just we can recap and they can answer. So.
Okay. There was one back there, I think.
Huh? Who?
Yeah. Yeah. No.
I cannot see. Ah, okay. Yes. Okay. There is. So we are going to pass the micro to the women's voice. Thank you.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask about social media because, Miriam, you were talking about some theories that the far right are spreading and how we have to block those advances. My question to you, if you see a scenario, like a future scenario in which social media can echo these desirable futures that we're imagining altogether. So maybe if it can be used as a tool to promote these narratives and not to counter and not only to counter narratives, the one that we have currently. I don't know if I'm explaining myself really well.
Yeah, you have.
You did. Okay, so
okay, I'll try.
Maybe you can pick up.
To be brief. Yeah. So on the Hungary comment, you're right. I think like I was trying to illuminate the point around majoritarianism. The last few elections, it would be hard to consider them free and fair. Particularly the fair aspect, I think, is totally right. There was an element, I think it was brought up in several of the comments in terms of like, do we trust the citizens, but also the psychology, anger, fear, and so on. And I focused for many years on polarization, as I was saying. I also come from the human rights space and so on. And diving into the political science literature and social psychology literature on polarization, and also like the narratives and media discourse that political pundits tend to perpetuate. We speak about in-group instincts and like tribalism and identification with the in-group and like how it is normal to compete and so on. And those things are true. It's also true that the history of humanity cannot be explained with the vast amounts of cooperation and altruism that human beings have displayed over the years. And there was, I came across this yesterday, and well, there's two things. One, there's a book called The Power of Us that speaks to the psychology of cooperation, altruism, and so on, and like the flip side of like the tribal instincts that are true. But then yesterday I came across the work of a Yale psychologist who, I guess, he was explaining how he had an existential crisis 15 years ago, and he started studying from a psychology and psychiatry perspective the purpose of life. And what he came across is, I think, something that ties very neatly into Buddhist concepts as well, which is like we all have the potential for selfishness or altruism in life. And I think that ties back to one of the comments that we're making. And I think that anger, fear, rapid change, like the threat perception, can be exploited for bad. It can also be channeled somewhere else. Like I think that we are multifaceted individuals. We are in very complex systems. So we need to take into account like those different elements. Bridging, there was a comment around bridging as well, and like how do others fit into this imaginary. And I think that there's a few things, bridging as a practice, and I cannot get into it and I'm already over time, but like it's not persuasion, and there's also a lot of misperception in how we think about the other. So that's an element of that, and bridging can help reduce the persuasion, but there's no end point. There's not an end society that we get to. It's going to be a constant process, and I think that to the point of Ireland, I think that was there's interesting contrast between times when there's been an effort put into process, trust building, communication, and so on, and when it hasn't. Societies have changed. Many people of different views like have shifted, but also like have been part of a collective. It is possible. We've done it in the past. But it's a really good question, one that's difficult as well. And I think maybe as a role model, we could look at Mandela and what happened. Like obviously speaking of South Africa now, it's complicated because of where it is right now. But the process in the like 90s and Mandela was very interesting. And I cannot get, I guess, because of time, into the disrespect for political behaviors. But I do think that there's not one issue. And we tend to speak like the problem is polarization, or the problem is like polarization is part and parcel of a whole. And like social cohesion can be used as an excuse to not tackle or to confront injustice, and that should not be. Like polarization is a problem, but like maintaining the rule of law and tackling inequalities also has to be part of the process. And I think that that's something that the ecosystem has been struggling with, and something we try to respond to from the Institute.
Any of you want to add anything else? You want to share anything else?
I would have some thoughts.
Yeah,
some things.
If you can be like
about Orban, he was invited by the Swiss right-wing party last year in October, like a bit before in November, I think, after the elections, in order to hold a speech about democracy, which was interesting. That was like, then we channeled our own speech and kind of like contextualized Orban's way of having Hungary slip out of democracy from our point of view. That's just interesting that like these sort of things we try and then also like always counteract. I want to focus also on how do we deal with people that are not in line with the same vision. I mean, just working every day at our organization, there is some sort of efficiency in mind as well. And also when it comes to elections, it's just, I mean, people or a group of people that is almost a lost cause. Like if I, as a migrant in Switzerland, go and sign, go to get signatures, and a person doesn't see me as equal to, this is like a lost cause. And I think this kind of goes through various political themes as well, and I think efficiency and just seeing where you put your resources really is something that at an everyday level is important. But I love the idea of trying to actually think and incorporate also different-minded people, because the democracy needs to have these tensions as well and be able to like also overcome them. And then social media, I mean, it's always this new technology, everything's going to be better. But I think just the way algorithms are set up, everybody's just in their own bubbles. Of course, there's some overlap sometimes. If I see what people post on Twitter on our account and what's on Insta and LinkedIn, it's like Twitter is a hellhole. Everybody hates whatever we do.
X.
X, oh sorry. I hope I don't get sued. And then Insta, still Insta, and LinkedIn, for example, is much more constructive. So I think we have like a bigger problem at hand there. But I love that there is potential to kind of bridge outside of the different bubbles. Yes, that was my last words.
Okay. Jan, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to answer to the social media because I thought it would be left an answer, but you kind of answer what I was going to say. And I think part of the imaginary of an alternative social media is to some degree going back to the origins of social media and how it worked before the algorithms, as they really replicated those social networks where the people you're in contact with are the very same people you're in contact in the real world. Or if there is new people, the contact is not decided by an algorithm, but because a friend brings you or connects you with someone else. And I think that helps control much more this discourse within that sphere. And regarding the polarization, I'd say it doesn't worry me. The only way disrespect does worry me, but in a way because it's part of this polarization in a way that it fits within this field of dehumanizing the other. So I think we can have very different views. We have polarized views, and as long as we don't dehumanize each other, we can have certainly some healthy conversations about it. But when we get into this respect, then it's when I think it's dangerous. But then the rule of law itself is not a worry for me, because I'd say we made up those rules, so why not discuss about them and challenge them? And that's something we should be able to do.
Okay, thank you very much to the three of you and the public for your questions and reflections. We are out of time, so we are not going to have like a wrap up, and I think also it's going to be a little bit complex. But I'm completely sure that there is an open dialogue, and I think we are going to be discussing about these issues for the coming months and years and decades, I think, and just maybe to pay attention about, I really wanted to talk about joy and hope, and the anger and fear has consumed all the time. No? It's just a reflection that I wanted to share with all of you. And for the ones that are on streaming, we just want to thank you, because the streaming is going to finish now, because the next session is going to be offline only for the people who are going to be present in the room, because the dynamization and the presentation doesn't allow to have the streaming. So thank you very much. We will share the videos and the summary and the next steps and with all of you. So thank you very much, and see you. Thank you.